Chapter 337. On the day of Imperial City's fall, there was a sudden storm. This bad weather made it harder to chase, but it was the only blessing the heavens had for southern Xia. The giant shark gang's warship passed through Kang State and smoothly entered the Four States Lake. After reaching the Four States Lake, there was no need to worry about the warhounds pursuing them. Coo, coo. Chu Tian was wearing a coat as he sat on the bumpy warship. There was an electric lamp in front of him as he drew up one blueprint after another. His body had clearly not recovered and there was no blood on his face, looking very weak. Chu Tian understood his injuries better than anyone else. To kill the true spirit realm expert Malim, he had paid a large price, but it didn't matter. As long as he didn't die, Chu Tian had many methods to make up for it. Meng Yingying pushed open the door and walked in, holding 2 cans of hot food. Your injuries haven't healed yet, I think you should rest early. You want to beat Master Chu Tian with these injuries? How could it be that easy? Chu Tian gave a laugh, looking like he was very relaxed. He looked out the window at the pitch-black lake and had a ruffian look on his face. Father has never been chased by anyone before and I was actually chased away by these lowly spirit beasts. What kind of bullshit Fang King is this? Just wait and see, I'll get my revenge no matter what. This was the Chu Tian that Yingying knew. When Meng Yingying saw Chu Tian like this, if it wasn't for Zhao Piyu and Jiyu Chenchou's repeated reminders, she would have thought that Chu Tian had fully recovered. This fellow was clearly half dead, but he was still thinking about revenge. It really made people feel helpless. Save it, save it. Meng Yingying handed a can of food to Chu Tian and snappily said, I think you should properly heal yourself and think of a way to save your little life and miracle commerce first before thinking about revenge. Chu Tian was very confident in miracle commerce, but any genius or great existence would easily die before they fully matured. Moreover, the continent was chaotic and turbulent. It was not easy to survive in this chaotic world. However, it was also because of this that Chu Tian wanted to establish miracle commerce. Miracle commerce could not only provide Chu Tian with a large number of resources, but it could also provide protection to Chu Tian and the people around Chu Tian as he grew stronger. Miracle commerce had been developing smoothly until now, but it had suffered an unprecedented setback when it tried to expand to the north of Royal City. This meant that miracle commerce was not strong enough. However, Chu Tian secretly swore that he would not let something like this happen again. After the battle at Royal City, southern Xia had basically been destroyed by more than half. Its territory had shrunk by a quarter, and its elite forces had been severely damaged. The armies of the 6 southern states added together could not compare to an imperial region. So, after the war hounds conquered the north, they would continue to invade the southern summer country. The crisis had not been resolved and the situation was still very serious. But Meng Yingying still had confidence in Chu Tian. In fact, Meng Yingying was the one who blindly believed in Chu Tian out of everyone here. The attack on the front lines was too sudden and Chu Tian did not have time to react. When Imperial City was attacked, Chu Tian was unconscious, so he had no choice but to run away. The situation was different now. Central State was the origin of miracle commerce and Chu Tian had enough time to prepare. This time the war hounds would not be facing southern Xia, but rather the miracle commerce led by Chu Tian. The giant shark gang fleet arrived at the Central State port. Everyone disembarked. In just a few months, Central State had undergone earth-shattering changes. There were several industrial parks on the outskirts of the city and over 1,000 large ships were docked at the port at the same time. There were also countless large airships flying in the sky. This bustling scene was not inferior to Imperial City at all. The tense situation in the north did not seem to have spread to this place. Central State City was still rich and busy. The Meng Qingwu sisters, Nan Gongyun, and Chen Bingyu all sighed. They never thought that they would come back this quickly. But there was no time to reminisce. The war hounds would first attack Central State. Once Central State fell, not only would there be no hope for southern Xia, miracle commerce would also be uprooted. Chu Tian would not allow this to happen. He came to the Central State Yun sect and gathered everyone. If my guesses aren't wrong, in 10 days or half a month, the war hounds will attack Central State through the waterways. The high-level people of Imperial City and Central State were all gathered together, listening to Chu Tian's words with serious expressions. There were several thousand miles of mountains in the north of Central State, and it would not be easy for the warhounds to cross them. The best way was to steal Southern Shia's warships and attack Central State City through the waterways. The warhounds have lived in the Warhound Plains for generations, and fighting on water is not their specialty. We have the advantage, but this advantage is not enough because the warhounds will receive the support of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's Air Force and use the Air Force to cover the water force. If it's like this, we will be at a complete disadvantage with our lacking Air Force. Chu Tian ordered, I declare that from now on, the entire state will be under military control and all resources will be used for battle. Not only do we need to win this battle, we need to win a beautiful victory. Everyone was filled with worry. Did they really have a chance of winning? The Imperial region had over 100 soldiers, gathering half of Southern Shia's military strength. In terms of battle strength, it was around 80% of Southern Shia's strength, and there was also the front line that Southern Shia had spent several generations to build. Even with this kind of strong defense, it would still fall in a week. The difference in strength between the warhounds and Southern Shia was too large. Even if the southern states could rely on the mountains and rivers to defend, in front of a strong power, what use would a defensive line have? Relax, once the warhounds come to Central State, I will make it so that they won't be able to return. Chu Tian had half a month to prepare. Although it seemed very rushed, it was actually more than enough. We will use all the power of the Yun Sect's laboratory and the industrial foundation that Miracle Commerce has built in Central State in the last half year to create several new weapons for Central State. The scholars whispered to each other and revealed expressions of interest. Yun Tianhe asked in a curious voice, what weapon does the chairman want to invent? Chu Tian first showed a blueprint. When the Yun sect scholars saw this blueprint, they all felt it was very familiar because this blueprint was very similar to the source energy bombs they had made before. Only Chu Tian had made a large number of modifications, making the source energy bombs look very complete. That's right, this is the source energy bomb. I have modified and improved the Yun sect's bombs, making it more controllable and safer. Other than that, I have developed several crude oil refining techniques that will allow us to make even more powerful and destructive heavy explosive. Everyone's mood was slightly excited. The battle in Imperial City was too rushed and Miracle Commerce had just entered Imperial region, so the infrastructure and equipment were not complete. Although Meng Qingwu wanted to use the source energy bombs, she didn't have the ability to make more. Even so, it had a large effect and left a deep impression on everyone. Now the situation was different. Central State was the birthplace of Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce had been developing in Central State for an entire half a year and now it had a preliminary industrial scale. Whether it was resources or production, it could not be compared to Imperial City. Chu Tian showed several blueprints that he had thought of on the way back to the warship. This is a single soldier source energy bomb. It's made from highly concentrated crude oil and its specialty is that it can be carried and used by a single soldier. It doesn't have a wide range, but it has a large destructive power. I named it Source Energy Grenade. The Source Energy Grenade was very simple to make and it did not have a large range. It was mainly used by soldiers on the battlefield and was used to kill enemies from a distance. As long as a Source Energy Grenade landed on an enemy, even a true Soul Realm expert would be heavily injured or even killed. Other than that, using a simple catapult to launch the bomb cannot guarantee its safety. Moreover, the efficiency and accuracy are too low. Chu Tian showed another design idea. We need to make a more accurate source energy bomb launcher. Not only does it have an automatic firing process, it can also be more precise. Different launchers can fire different bombs, so we can achieve a stronger killing effect. Chu Tian listed several more plans. The source energy bomb could be combined with crossbow bolts, the bomb could be made into arrows, and there were also floating mines. Everyone gasped in amazement. Genius. What was called a genius? Chu Tian's plans were all given to the Yun sect's design department. As for how much they could complete, it all depended on luck. Chu Tian was only responsible for improving the bomb. As for whether it could be used in weapons, that would depend on Miracle Commerce's current research ability. As for the source energy bomb, I've finished introducing it. Chu Tian then changed the topic. The source energy bomb is very strong, but with our current technology and resources, the source energy bomb we can make can only threaten awakened soul realm cultivators. It is a limited threat to true spirit realm cultivators. Other than that, we have flaws in range and other aspects, so we need to design a stronger and more powerful weapon to deal with true spirit realm cultivators. Actually, the effect of the source energy bomb was already very shocking. Central State's current resources and production was enough to produce large amounts of bombs before the Warhound's army moved south. This could change the situation of the battle. Could it be that Chu Tian had an even stronger weapon? Chu Tian took out a giant blueprint and everyone was stunned. This blueprint looked like a source energy pistol, but it was much larger. Just the barrel was over 4 meters long and the structure was incomparably complex. There were at least 4 magazines designed to supply energy. It looked just like an enlarged source energy pistol. The source energy array used in it, whether it was the complexity or the level, it was not something current source energy firearms could compare to. Everyone look carefully. This is the new weapon Miracle Commerce will be developing. Chu Tian pointed at the blueprint and introduced it. As you can see, this weapon is several dozen times larger than the source energy firearms. I'll call it the source energy cannon. The might of a source energy cannon is around 200 times that of the source energy pistol. 200 times the power? What kind of concept was that? Even with the protective spirit energy of a true spirit realm expert, it would be hard for them to take a few shots without being injured. This time, it wasn't just the Yun sect scholars, even the laymen who didn't understand were shocked. Once this weapon appeared, it would be a super terrifying killing weapon. A single shot would be able to pierce through the enemy's battleship, and even a true spirit expert would find it hard to block this kind of attack. Chapter 338. The source energy cannons have 100 times the power of the source energy guns, but the energy consumption is also 100 times higher. Not only does it require a high energy magazine, it also requires the materials needed to make the source energy cannons. With our current battery technology, weapon refining technology, and the materials we have on hand, I'm afraid it will be hard to meet the requirements. Chu Tian did not care about Yun Tianha's question at all. There's no need to worry. I've already thought of a method to refine high-strength crystal oil while I was in Imperial City. The Central State battery base and the military base barely meet the requirements. As for the materials, when we left Imperial City, we brought out several hundred-year-old metals that can withstand the energy of the source energy cannons. Chu Tian also proposed a heavy firearm. This kind of firearm was also made from a very expensive rare metal. Its specialty was that it could withstand high speeds for a long time, so it was suitable to be used to create a high capacity, high firing rate, and long-lasting firearm. Whether it was the source energy cannons or the heavy source energy guns, they were all weapons of mass destruction. This had a very high requirement for technology and materials, so Chu Tian had to personally participate in the research to ensure that it could be produced before the Warhounds attacked. The Yun sect already had a very strong research ability. Now that the Imperial City Yun sect and the Central State Yun sect had merged, their strength naturally increased by several times. Several hundred top scholars worked day and night, several dozen experimental fields were operating at the same time, and several thousand people from the Yun sect were participating. After many experiments and calculations, it only took a few days for the results to appear. Several dozen airships went back and forth between Central State and South Sky City, transporting large amounts of refined crystal oil from the oil fields. Miracle Commerce's 5 crystal oil warehouses in the main city were filled to the brim. When they had enough materials, the several factories began to operate at the same time. Over 10,000 workers and over 1,000 array masters began to work. Meng Qingwu personally went to the factories to inspect the situation. There was a fist-sized object that had already been produced several hundred times. It was perfectly round like a fruit and was covered in runes and lines. It was filled with highly compressed crystal oil and there was a red button at the top. As long as this button was pressed, the source energy battery would activate the array, causing the crystal oil inside to explode. This was the elemental energy grenade. The structure was not complicated and it was easy to produce. Because it was small, Each soldier could carry one or two, and it would have a terrifying effect on the battlefield. Even if one was thrown onto an expert in the 8th or 9th awakened soul layer, it would still cripple them. In the source energy weapon warehouse, there were a total of 50,000 source energy firearms, of which there were over 5,000 source energy submachine guns. This was far more than the weapons stored in Imperial City. This batch of weapons was enough to make up for the lack of quality and strength of the Central State Army. Not bad. When Meng Qingwu saw the neatly arranged weapons, her heart filled with confidence. At this time, the giant shark gang gave Meng Qingwu a piece of good news. After the Warhounds Kingdom's Fang King captured Imperial City, he wanted to immediately attack the calm martial ruler's army, but the calm martial ruler attacked the 3 northern ports, taking away all the warships. Even if he didn't take away the ships, the docks were all burned down. Now the calm martial ruler is leading the remaining 300,000 Southern Summer Cavalry to meet us from the north. The Central State Army was small and weak, so the calm martial ruler had come at the right time. The calm martial ruler had the highest status of the Southern Summer 3 rulers. He was a person that could support half of the Southern Summer country, not to mention that he had brought a large group of elites to Central State. The calm martial ruler had not only taken all the ships, he had also burned down the ports. This was without a doubt to delay the Warhounds' attack, giving Chu Tian a chance in Central State. Immediately prepare to welcome them. Meng Qingwu brought a group of people from Miracle Commerce to the Central State port. First they cleared out most of the port and docks, then they built a temporary army camp. 2 days later, several hundred large warships appeared in front of them. The calm martial ruler had brought 280,000 elite cavalry to Central State this time, with most of them being the storm cavalry. This was one of the strongest main forces of Southern Xia. Southern Xia's 400,000 cavalry was the most important battle force, with half of them in Imperial City and the other half in Kang State. If this army was not on duty when the battle began, it was unknown if the Fang King's army could capture Imperial City. Now that this army had come to Central State, they would be a great help in defending Central State. The fall of the Imperial region was a large blow to the calm martial ruler. But the calm martial ruler did not seem angry or flustered, rather he seemed very calm. As the commander-in-chief of the Southern Xia army, he was very good at hiding his emotions. Southern Xia's disaster, the calm martial ruler clearly blamed himself. He did not see through the Warhounds' true intentions in invading Kang State. When the Warhounds' army entered Kang State, it looked like they were heading for Kang State's main city and they deliberately revealed their intentions to attack the farms, but this was all a cover. The true goal was to drag the Northern Cavalry into a quagmire, making them temporarily useless and allowing the Fang King to personally lead the army into Southern Xia. This was not the calm martial ruler's fault. Southern Xia's intelligence was clearly lagging behind. They did not know that the Warhounds' planes had been unified and they did not know that there was a Spirit Beast Kingdom supporting the Warhounds' Kingdom. The new Fang King was an experienced general and had a deep understanding of the Southern Xia army. In this situation where the intelligence was not equal, the calm martial ruler could not do anything. After all, he was not a prophet. The previous king has given his orders. Jiyu Qianqiu respectfully said, "We ask the calm martial ruler, Dongfang Gan, to inherit the Southern Summer King's throne." The surrounding soldiers all knelt down. Whether it was prestige, fame, or background, the calm martial ruler was worthy of this position. Now that Southern Xia was on the verge of collapse, they needed a leader to give orders. Who would have thought that the calm martial ruler would coldly say, "How can a general be the Southern Summer King? This ruler will not accept the throne. Dongfang Haoran inheriting it is the proper way." If it was anyone else saying this, people would think it was fake, but the calm martial ruler's character was known by the entire country. He was like another Dongfang Zhon. Although he had a high status, he had no interest in material comforts. When the previous Southern Summer King was choosing between the two princes, he preferred the decisive Dongfang Gan. Who would have thought that when Dongfang Gan learned that his royal father wanted to pass the throne to him, he would lead his troops to fight the Warhounds without a single word? Dongfang Gan's actions were telling the previous king that his ambitions were on the battlefield and not in the palace. The previous king could only helplessly pass the throne to Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Hao had great ambitions and was not a virtuous king, but he was very tactful and shrewd. He was skilled in the heart of a king, so the governance of southern Xia over the years was not bad. Now that Dongfang Hao was dead, was Dongfang Gan not willing to become the southern summer king? The great scholar said with a calm expression, "The prince is talented, but he is too young and lacks experience on the battlefield. Without any experience in governing, how can he take the throne? Southern Xia is in a special period now. I ask the calm martial ruler to not decline. We ask the king to immediately ascend the throne. We ask the king to immediately ascend the throne." Everyone began to loudly shout out. Dongfang Gan tightly knit his brows as he said, "If I become the king, who will fight? The southern summer king does not need a king, but rather a general that can sweep through the war hound." The calm martial ruler's words are wrong. Meng Qingwu opened her mouth to say, "A national war is related to the fate of the country. With the king personally leading the army, it will raise the morale of the army. As long as we can pass this calamity, we won't need to worry about counterattacking in the future." Prince Dongfang Haoran is not even 30 years old and can already break through to the peak ninth awakened soul layer. It is better to let him grow with the country guarding ruler, becoming a country protecting pillar that is not inferior to the calm martial ruler in the future. On the other hand, if the prince ascends the throne early, not only will his strength not convince the people, it will also delay the prince's growth. How could the calm martial ruler bear this? The calm martial ruler ascends the throne to two benefits, but the calm martial ruler not ascending the throne is a mistake, so please reconsider. Jiyu Qianqiu praised Meng Qingwu. She really was worthy of being the beautiful and intelligent vice-chairman of Miracle Commerce. These kind of reasonable words were much more useful than these people. The calm martial ruler gave a sigh and finally agreed. Dongfang Gan was escorted by the army and finally carried out a simple coronation ceremony in Central State. From now on, Central State City would be the imperial city. After Dongfang Gan ascended the throne, he immediately issued several royal proclamations. First, Dongfang Haoran was given the title of calm martial ruler, inheriting the title left behind by the southern summer king Dongfang Gan. Of course, it was only in name. Dongfang Haoran did not have much battle experience and his strength was not strong enough, so he could not control the army for southern summer. The military power was still in Dongfang Gan's hands. Second, the country guarding ruler Chu Tian was given the title of Marquis Xuanji, being a first-class marquis. He had the right to mobilize the armies of the 6 states and manage the 6 marquises. The marquises of each county had to be led by the country guarding ruler. Third, Meng Qingwu killed the Hellsong tribe's vice-chief Malim and was given the title of Southern Summer Marquis. She was given the title of Cloud Dream Marquis, becoming the Marquis of Southern State. Out of these 3 royal proclamations, 2 of them were royal proclamations for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian added a Southern Summer Marquis title on top of his sovereign title and it was a first-class Marquis with real power. This was something that had never happened in Southern Summer's history. Other than Chu Tian, Meng Qingwu had also obtained a Southern Summer Marquis title, being given the Southern State Army that the Western Marquis had guarded. This was the first female Marquis title in Southern Summer in several hundred years. Regarding this, no one had any objections. The 3 great clans could not recover from the imperial city and the other large clans had either escaped, died, or returned to the war hounds, so how could they care about this? Among the marquises of Southern Summer, other than the new Cloud Dream Marquis Meng Qingwu, the Greenwood Marquis, the Golden Arrow Marquis, and Shenfenghu were all people on Chu Tian's side. The great scholar Jiyu Qianqiu was also on Chu Tian's side. The new imperial city and central state were Chu Tian's territory. Therefore, from the Marquis to the common people, no one objected to this and they were all very excited. Chu Tian being placed in an important position by Southern Xia was a very good thing for Southern Xia. After Dongfang Gan announced the royal proclamations, he wanted to go to the Yun sect to find Chu Tian. In the end, before he could even move, news came from the Yun sect. Chu Tian had overworked himself these past few days, causing his old injuries to flare up. He could only rest in bed and could not continue working. This time, Miracle Commerce and Southern Xia were all in a panic. They had finally waited for the calm martial ruler to inherit the throne. In the end, something had happened to Chu Tian, so what should they do? In the hearts of the central state people, Chu Tian's position was not inferior to the calm martial rulers. As long as Chu Tian was here, nothing was impossible, but once Chu Tian fell, wouldn't everyone lose confidence? What should they do? Find a medicine. They had to find a medicine. Meng Qingwu decided to use all of Miracle Commerce's channels and buy an immortal herb at any cost. In just a short night, the news of Miracle Commerce buying an immortal herb to save Chu Tian spread throughout the kingdom. However, once the news was released, it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 339. When time turned back 10 days, before Imperial City had fallen. The elf Orbison left Imperial City and rode his dragon hawk beast south. He passed through Central State, Qing State, and Southern State before arriving in an endless primitive forest. An entire tens of thousands of miles was covered in forest, as if it had not been developed since ancient times. There were large amounts of unimaginably terrifying vicious beasts living here, with level 3 demon beasts being common. Whether it was the southern summer country or the warhounds country, this was a wild area that could not be developed. Orbison recklessly charged into the territory of these vicious beasts, but he ignored the warning and hostile roars coming from all around him. None of the vicious beasts dared to attack him. These vicious beasts did not have high intelligence, but they could tell who was strong and who was weak. Even if he didn't count the unfathomable Orbison, the dragon hawk he was riding was a powerful third-level demon beast. Its wings were 10 meters long and its body was covered in red dragon scales. It had the claws and head of an eagle, and the sharp aura it released was enough to deter most vicious beasts. When Orbison passed through the endless mountains, traces of civilization began to appear. He arrived in the sky above an emerald forest. Although this was also a forest, there was a clear difference compared to other areas. The forest's colors were bright and beautiful, and it was full of vitality. Every tree gave people the feeling that they weren't just plants, but living creatures. The entire forest covered an area of over 100 miles. Towering trees that were over 100 meters tall could be found everywhere. Each tree was comparable to a skyscraper in the human world. The holes in the trees had been transformed into wooden windows, and exquisite treehouses were hung outside. It's Elder Orbison. Elder Orbison is back. The dragon hawk flying through the forest attracted the attention of a few elves, but when the elves saw the person on the dragon hawk, they immediately let down their guard. They put down the boughs in their hands and began to cheer. These elves were hidden in the forest, almost merging with the forest. If they did not show themselves, it was almost impossible to detect them. Orbison jumped down and fell down from 200 meters in the air, but he was like a light leaf as he passed through the branches of the trees. He grabbed a vine and gently swung down, falling onto a carpet of grass. Elder Orbison, you're finally back. Is everything all right in the tribe recently? Have the ogres in the north stopped? How are the lizard men in the south? Has the hot-tempered mountain giant woken up? Don't worry, everything is normal. Silhouettes jumped out from the surrounding trees one after another. They were as gentle and beautiful as butterflies, and in a short while, they covered his entire body. The elves were different from humans. There was a huge difference in the appearance and size of humans. The fat ones could be as fat as a ball, the skinny ones could be as thin as a bamboo pole, the beautiful ones could be devastatingly beautiful, and the ugly ones could be comparable to the devil. There were no elves who were too fat, too skinny, or too ugly. Almost every female elf would be a top-notch beauty among humans. It was precisely because of this that the elves became one of the races that produced the most beautiful and handsome men on the continent. Orbison was a very popular person in the tribe because of Orbison's special status. The elves were a very closed-off race and most elves were not allowed to participate in worldly affairs, so the elves were very closed off to the outside world. Orbison's duty was to wander around and collect information about the surrounding countries. Every time he went out, he would be gone for a year or two, and every time he came back, he would bring back interesting news and customs from different countries. Because of this, the young men and women of the elves liked to pester him. Orbison gave a very friendly greeting. Hello everyone. Hey, Uncle Orbison. At this time, a clear and melodious voice rang out. To Orbison, this voice was simply synonymous with the devil. He felt a headache coming on, but he had no choice but to look up with a smile. Aya, isn't this little Princess Vivian? I haven't seen Vivian for a year and you've become even more beautiful. Orbison had just looked up when he saw a pair of slender and beautiful legs. They were very white and slender, like they were carved from jade. It could be considered a perfect work of art, swinging back and forth on the swing. When did this girl come? Even with Orbison's abilities, he didn't notice her at all, but Orbison was already used to this. This was a very beautiful elf girl. She had the appearance of a 12 to 13-year-old human. She was wearing a dress made of tree leaves, and her dark green hair was adorned with an exquisite crown of flowers. Her small and exquisite face was extremely beautiful, and she looked like a fairy from the forest. Even in the elven race, this elven girl was a 1 in 10,000 great beauty. Humph, I won't listen to you. Little Princess Vivian disappeared from the swing and instantly appeared on the ground. She was holding a bright red fruit in her hand and with a catcher sound, she took a bite and juice splashed everywhere. Her sparkling eyes stared at Orbison and she vaguely said, "Where is my present? You wouldn't have forgotten, right?" Orbison quickly wiped his sweat. Of course I wouldn't forget little Princess Vivian's arrangements. I believe you will like it this time. Don't lie to me. You also said the same thing last time and the thing you brought back was some large warring kingdom's national treasure, a treasure left behind by an ancient divine race. In the end, I didn't like it at all. This time I passed by a small human country and found a very interesting thing. Although the value isn't high, you will definitely be satisfied. The little princess's jade-like eyes lit up. She didn't want anything valuable, it was enough as long as it was interesting and fun. Orbison took out the video disc player. What kind of thing is this? Isn't it just a mirror? It's called a video disc player, a thing that can store sound and images. It is very interesting, I'll teach you how to use it. There are also many other things, magnetic sound machines, canned food, light bulbs, and etc. There will always be something you will like. Little Princess Vivian was a bit interested. Then I'll take it back and try it out. The little princess lifted the video disc player with one hand and put the other things into her storage ring. When Orbison let out a sigh of relief, the little princess suddenly turned around and glared at him. If it isn't as magical as you say or if it isn't fun at all, I'll go to your garden and pull out all the flowers and plant. Orbison's body trembled. How could he do that? Those were his lifeblood. The little princess did not give Orbison a chance to speak. Her figure swayed and she disappeared on the spot. Orbison opened his mouth, but he didn't have time to say anything. He could only pray that the magical things the small southern summer country found would be enough to satisfy this little princess. The little princess's innate talent was very special, even Orbison could not catch up to her. In just a few breaths of time, the little princess had already returned to her treehouse. Everyone, quickly come and see. The little princess brought back something fun again. When the little princess returned to her treehouse, she immediately attracted a large group of elves. These elves were all younger than the little princess and there were several that looked like 4-5-year-old human children. They were currently biting their fingers as they innocently looked at her. Big sister princess, what is this? Why haven't I seen it before? The little princess had a very proud appearance. She stood in the middle of the countless little elves like a high king of children. This thing was brought back from the human world. This princess has never seen it before, so of course you haven't seen it before. Then how do we play with it? Here, don't be anxious. Let me slowly study it. What is this? It smells so good. A 6-year-old elf took out a can. Is this edible? Greedy ghost, you only know how to eat. The little princess said. Orbison said that this is a can of human food and it tastes pretty good. Since we brought back quite a bit, we can all share it. The little princess had a very straightforward personality, which was why the children liked to play with her. In just a while, the several hundred cans Orbison brought back were divided among the children. Pa. The little princess opened a can and immediately smelled an even stronger fragrance. This made the little princess feel very surprised. Could it be that humans could also cook demon beast meat? She had always thought that only the elves on the continent could cook demon beast meat. Delicious, too delicious. These elven children all ate with relish. Although the elves could cook demon beast meat, the elves usually ate vegetarian food and weren't very good at cooking meat. When they ate the food made by Miracle Commerce using source energy and human recipes, each of the elves was filled with praise. Was it really that delicious? The little princess opened a can of violent bear meat. The meat was delicious, it was chewy, and the bones were chewy. This was truly a special delicacy. The little princess even drank all the soup and she suddenly felt a bit regretful. This kind of delicious thing, she shouldn't have told the others about it. But because of her face, she couldn't take it back. Little princess, how do you use this video disc player? Let me try. Vivian used the method Orbison taught her to turn on the video disc player, and several dozen pairs of clear eyes stared at it. They saw the reflective surface of the mirror suddenly light up and images began to appear. Ah! These timid elves were all startled, and they all ran away in a puff of smoke. What is happening? Why can other worlds be seen in this mirror? My God, could this be the legendary planar mirror? That is an ancient era's divine weapon. The little princess was also very surprised at first. She had never encountered this kind of situation before. However, the little princess could feel that the energy fluctuations from this item were very weak, so it couldn't be a divine weapon. So she raised her hand and said, don't panic, this thing isn't dangerous. Everyone was skeptical, but they couldn't resist their curiosity. Several dozen little heads slowly gathered over, and when they saw the image being played, they all had a shocked expression on their faces. It was like they didn't dare believe what they were seeing at all. Exclamations and screams filled the air. There's a picture. It's moving inside. It's like it's connected to another world. What kind of technique is this? Some elves couldn't help touching it with their hands, but it was like touching a smooth and cold mirror. It was like a transparent glass was separating them from the other world. You're blocking me. Little Princess Vivian could not understand all of this. She loudly shouted, don't be noisy, don't be noisy. There's sound inside and I can't hear it anymore. If you don't listen to me, I won't show it to you. The elven children immediately became obedient. Everyone's eyes opened wide as they stared at the monster in front of them in a daze. Chapter 340. Although these elves looked like children, in fact, according to human age, their average age could reach 40 to 50 years old. Although the mental development of the elves was relatively slow, and their cultivation speed and efficiency were not comparable to that of humans, after such a long time, no matter how slow their growth was, they were still much stronger than they looked. The weakest of these elves was in the awakened soul realm, with 7-8 being in the late awakened soul realm. There was also a true spirit realm expert other than little Princess Vivian. Just a group of children already had this kind of terrifying strength. It could be imagined just how strong the elves were. However, no matter how strong they were still children. Therefore, they were very curious about this strange thing they had never seen before. The narration slowly sounded out. Although the human language and elven language were two completely different languages, the human language was not hard to learn. Humans were one of the most important races on the continent, so the human language was something every elf had to learn since they were young. Therefore, it was not a problem for them to understand it. This illusory image stone was not a real movie, so the scenes were exaggerated. So, when the people fought, the scenes were like heaven shattering and the elves' eyes were glued to it. Too great. Satisfying. It was very satisfying. This was simply a feast for the eyes and imagination. The entire treehouse was silent. Each little elf found that other than the intense fighting scenes, the most attractive part was the story itself. The elves were a race of intelligent beings that were 10 times more sensitive than humans. Therefore, when they watched this movie, they were 10 times more immersed than humans. The main character met the princess. That faintly discernible love that people couldn't grasp made the hearts of these inexperienced elves itch. That handsome and brave male lead Chu Tian and that beautiful and kind princess Meng Yingying, both of them had pure hearts and noble characters, making the elves instantly fall in love with them. I'm so angry. An 11 or 12-year-old elven girl angrily said, Why is this Chu Tian so cowardly? Since he likes her, he should pursue her. That's right. Can't he see that Princess Meng Yingying also likes him? That blockhead. Idiot. What do you know? The little princess waved her hand and said in an old-fashioned manner, human nations value status very much. This warrior named Chu Tian is just a wandering swordsman, while that Meng Yingying is a noble princess. Do you think that in the human kingdom, ordinary people can casually walk together with princesses? All the elves looked pensive. What? Humans were just so annoying. Why did they value these superficial things so much? It was difficult for the elves to understand the secular concepts of humans. These ordinary elves playing with the little princess didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In the elven race, even if the elven king ate with the lowest elves, no one felt that there was anything wrong with it. The little princess is right. Another elf began to show off her knowledge. Think about it. If an ogre wanted to win over our little princess, do you think the great elder would agree? Bah! Vivian was so angry that her face turned red. How can such a handsome, upright, and brave person like Chu Tian be compared to an ogre? How shameful. Aren't they the same in the eyes of humans? Unreasonable humans. When these elves were quarreling, the development of the plot increased suspense. The kingdom's general secretly leaked this matter and distorted the truth. The king was immediately enraged and prepared to put the princess under house arrest. He also wanted to capture the human warriors and execute them. Damn it. The human king was too evil. How was Chu Tian not worthy of the princess? Why did he stop them? The elves were filled with righteous indignation. They were filled with cold sweat for the fate of the two of them. Who would have thought that at this time, the princess would receive the news and escape in the middle of the night? A series of thrilling and exciting escape scenes made people break out in a cold sweat. This was too exciting. There was no doubt that the male and female leads were intelligent. In the end, when the two of them were about to meet in the village, an unexpected event occurred. The Scarlet Blood religion appeared and captured the kind princess. The remnants of the Scarlet Blood religion were wildly slaughtering innocent humans, using evil techniques to collect blood essence. When they saw this incomparably tragic murder, each elf's face turned red with anger and their bodies trembled with anger. It was as if those people who died were real, living people. How could there be such evil people in this world? What should they do? What would happen to the fate of the male and female leads? The entire plot had only gone through a small part of it, but the pace continued to increase and the story became more and more exciting. There were all kinds of suspense and foreshadowing that finally exploded in the decisive battle. Ah! No! Don't die! When they saw the main character, Chu Tian, finally sink into the bottomless swamp to save the princess, each elf shed tears of grief. Could it be that after putting in so much effort, it would still end in a tragedy? Just when the elves were feeling very sad about this, a miraculous turn of events happened. The final ending of the story was that everyone thought that the warrior and the princess were dead, while the warrior and the princess hid their identities and lived in seclusion in a place where no one would disturb them, living a quiet and peaceful life. Good, good, good. The elves clapped their hands until they were rotten. The final conclusion was just too much to their liking. The little princess was also smiling through her tears. This was more like it. Good people should have good karma. This gift was just too great. She loved this story to death. Does the human race really have a person called Chu Tian? If he really exists, I have to see him. That's right. That's right, he is my idol. The elves began to chatter. If the human race really had a person called Chu Tian, they had to see him no matter what. Princess Vivian, tomorrow is my 100th birthday. An elf that didn't seem much older than the little princess looked at the video disc player. I really like this, can you give it to me? Another elf called out, doesn't the princess want my mount? How about I exchange it for this video disc player? Princess, not exchanging. Not exchanging. Not exchanging. The little princess angrily opened her eyes and reached out her arms to block the video disc player. It was like her sacred sovereignty had been invaded. This video disc player is this princess's most precious gift. Without my permission, if anyone dares to touch it, I will beat them until their head is full of bruises. Stingy. I'm stingy. I'm stingy. Let's ignore her and ask Elder Orbison for it. The elves looked at the video disc player with faces filled with longing and envy. If someone was willing to take out another one, they were willing to take out all their treasures to exchange. But since Elder Orbison could bring back one, why couldn't he bring back a second or third? The little princess also thought that since there was a story, why wasn't there a second or third story? Orbison's treehouse was quickly invaded by these children. When he saw the little elves charging at him, Orbison trembled in fear. How could they do this? Orbison quickly explained that there was only one of these things. There was nothing else. There really wasn't anything else. Orbison's persuasion was useless and he finally promised, "This human country is not far from us. When I have time in the future, I will definitely bring back gifts for you all." The elves were not satisfied with this, but there was nothing they could do. After all, Elder Orbison couldn't make something out of nothing. Little Princess Vivian was the only one in the entire elven tribe that had a video disc player. This news quickly spread and the little elves returned home to tell their elders. Immediately, there were some adult elves that came to ask little Princess Vivian to borrow the video disc player. Vivian was very angry. This thing was her most precious treasure. How could she casually lend it out? The more people couldn't see it, the more curious they became. The Oldman tribe is willing to trade a month's worth of Moonlight Well water for little Princess Vivian's video disc player. The Green Leaf tribe is willing to trade a branch of the Tree of Life for little Princess Vivian's video disc player. Little Princess Vivian used to be the symbol of mischief and trouble. Almost no one liked to provoke her. In the past few days, little Princess Vivian had become completely popular. The treasure in her hands was not only coveted by her own people, but even some of the surrounding tribes had come to negotiate with her. "I won't trade. I said I won't trade. Even if you take out a dragon egg, this princess won't trade." Princess Vivian angrily made a move and actually chased away a group of people that came to negotiate. Finally she locked herself in the treehouse and refused to see anyone. The elven tribe was instantly thrown into chaos. This was because the people that were chased away by Princess Vivian had gone back to complain. These tribes immediately sent out messages saying that the elves were provoking their allies and breaking the contract. If they didn't give a reasonable explanation, they would complain to the Elven Council. How would they compensate them? Of course they would take out the video disc player. Good things should be shared with the forest. This matter alarmed the Great Elder, and in the end, Vivian had no choice but to hand over her beloved video disc player under pressure. Because of this matter, she cried all night, as if her most beloved toy had been snatched away by someone else. Night gradually fell. Little Princess Vivian had a bitter look on her face as she stayed in the treehouse. In just a few short days, she felt the deep malice of this world. Now that the video disc player had been borrowed, she didn't know when those people would return it. Elder Orbison was not willing to reveal the origin of the video disc player because the elves were a peace-loving race. Elder Orbison was afraid that once the origin was revealed, that place would no longer be peaceful. But Orbison had miscalculated. Did he think that no one would know if he didn't say it? Little Princess Vivian had a magnetic sound machine in her hands as well as several dozen discs bought from humans in Southern Shire. These discs were bought by Elder Orbison at a high price in Southern Shire and he didn't even know what was recorded on them. Vivian had learned her lesson. She hid these things and secretly enjoyed them every night. There were stories, music, teaching, and all kinds of lectures. In short, the content was very rich. What made little Princess Vivian the most pleasantly surprised was that she learned that these things came from a small human kingdom in the north. What made little Princess Vivian even more excited was that the Chu Tien in the movies really existed. These cameras, the magnetic sound machine, the video disc player, and everything else, they were all invented by him. Little Princess Vivian's feelings towards Chu Tien instantly rose from admiration and love to worship. Chapter 341. At dusk, the Emerald Forest was shrouded in a peaceful twilight. The elves had a long lifespan, and the pace of their lives was slow and leisurely. Almost no one was diligent in cultivation. Everyone liked to play with flowers and plants, study carving, music, or other arts. At this time, an elderly elf holding 2 books passed by the princess's treehouse and asked 2 elf patrolling guards, "Why didn't I see little Princess Vivian? She's usually very active. I saw her a few minutes ago, but she went back to the treehouse. This girl's toy was borrowed by someone, and she's probably angry now. But according to her usual habits, she'll be fine in 2 days. Don't touch her now, or you'll be in trouble." "We know." The elderly elf looked up at the treehouse, shook his head, and left. Actually, the entire tribe did not know that Vivian had already quietly slipped away. She took advantage of when no one was paying attention and used her innate spatial energy to secretly leave the tribe. In a short period of time, she passed through the forest and trekked through several dangerous areas to the north, finally arriving at the border of the southern summer country's southern state region. Is this the human country in front? At this time, it was already dark. Vivian stood on her tiptoes at the top of the mountain and looked far ahead. She could vaguely see the lights of the southern border post built by Southern Shia. This made the little princess feel nervous. From the elders in the tribe, she learned some information about humans. Humans were a very complicated life. Whether it was appearance or character, the distribution was extremely uneven. There were beautiful women like Princess Meng Yingying in the movie, and ugly monsters like the Scarlet Moon sect leader. There were righteous and selfless warriors like Chu Tian in the movie, and there were treacherous and vicious bad guys. In short, good, evil, ugly, and beauty had never been so vividly reflected in a race. This was something that could not be seen in other races. Therefore, humans were the most complicated race, and it was precisely because of this that their movie was so popular. Although there were many good people among the human race, the elves generally believed that humans were greedy and treacherous. Therefore, the elves didn't have a very good impression of humans. This was also the reason why the elves were determined to break off relations with the human race and never come into contact with them. Little Princess Vivian had heard and seen for a long time, so she was naturally a little nervous and afraid of humans. It was said that some vicious and audacious human bandits would even attack elven tribes and abduct beautiful elven maidens just to satisfy the human nobles' sexual desires. Just the thought of it was terrifying. If it weren't for Chu Tian's presence, Vivian wouldn't even want to interact with humans. What the little princess did not know was that Southern Shia was just a small kingdom. Even if the peak experts, the 3 rulers of Southern Summer, worked together, they still wouldn't have the qualifications to exchange blows with her. With her extremely rare spatial innate talent, how many people on the continent could catch her? The little princess did not dare to continue forward. She found a rock covered in moss on the cliff and sat down. She took out the magnetic sound machine from her chest and carefully adjusted it. She muttered to herself, "I don't know if I can receive a signal here. No matter, I'll give it a try. Z, Z, Z. Z, 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 Z. The magnetic sound machine continued to release random noises. The little princess slightly knit her brows. Was the distance still too far? When the little princess was a little depressed, the magnetic sound machine suddenly responded. She heard a light and cheerful music that came from the magnetic sound machine. Ayaya, I can really hear it. The little princess excitedly jumped up. She immediately switched channels and found that there were quite a few channels that she could receive. Chu Tian really is the #1 genius of the continent, actually inventing this kind of great thing. This is too great. Vivian was so excited that she wanted to shout out. The little princess began to look for the content she liked on Miracle Broadcasting. The source of Miracle Broadcasting's signal was clearly from Central State. The station was broadcasting a lot of news and information about Central State. Vivian had never been to the human world before, so even the most boring information was a very new experience for her. So the humans made a large theater that could hold several hundred and over 1,000 people. It would be great if our tribe had this kind of theater. Those fellows wouldn't have stolen my video disc player. Powerful. Powerful. Chu Tian invented something called a communication device. Even if they are separated by tens of thousands of miles, he really is worthy of being the person this princess admires. If the elven tribes had this kind of thing, the Elven Council wouldn't need to be this troublesome in the future. Little Princess Vivian was like a curious explorer. She sat alone on the pitch-black peak, immersed in searching. The information sent from the human world was like a whole new world for the little princess who had never left the forest before. It completely changed little Princess Vivian's view of the world. She had never seen the world as clearly as she did today. The sky gradually brightened. She had to quickly go back. Little Princess Vivian carefully put the magnetic recording machine in her pocket and jumped off the cliff, instantly disappearing into the air. Ever since she experienced this different night, Vivian couldn't stop. Every night she would spend a lot of effort to secretly go to the borders of southern Shia and listen to the news from southern Shia. The elves were very open in all aspects, but they forbade their clansmen from contacting the outside world, especially with humans. If Vivian was discovered, the consequences would not be a joke. This violated the highest ban of the elves, and it would even be reported to the Elven Council. But Vivian couldn't care about this. She couldn't resist the temptation of that mysterious world. Princess Vivian came here that night. When she was about to choose the content she liked to listen to, there was suddenly a program about the growth of the founder of Miracle Commerce, Chu Tian. There were large amounts of views and comments from the Heavens Alliance members. This Heavens Alliance was an organization formed by the admirers of Chu Tian in southern Shia, so it naturally attracted the interest of the little princess. Chu Tian's experiences are so legendary. The little princess found out that Chu Tian was an abandoned son of the Chu family in Central State City. His parents had been killed and he had been reduced to a slave. He had coincidentally met Meng Yingying, and that was how he managed to create such a large business. Life is always more legendary than stories. The little princess listened with great interest. Especially the series of things that Chu Tian did afterwards. It made the little princess prostrate herself in admiration towards him. The little princess could be said to be the most rebellious of the wood elves, so Chu Tian's untamed and unyielding nature was especially to the little princess's liking. Not to mention that he was so talented. Powerful. He really was worthy of being the person who invented movies and the magnetic sound machine. After paying attention for several days, the little princess understood more and more about Chu Tian and Miracle Commerce. She knew who the high-level members of Miracle Commerce were and what they had done. She knew almost everything. She also deeply understood the charm of Miracle Commerce. This kind of happy and tense time always passed very quickly. The sun was about to rise again. The little princess reluctantly put away the magnetic sound machine and was about to return to the tribe to come back tomorrow. At this time, a small advertisement from Miracle Commerce caught the little princess's attention. Are you troubled by your mediocre job? Are you troubled by a life that lacks passion? Are you confused by the monotonous repetition of your days? Miracle Commerce's guest group, the Chu sect, is recruiting talents. No matter how humble your background is, no matter how high your status is, no matter how strong your cultivation is, no matter how old you are, no matter where you come from, as long as you have a skill, you have the chance to become a member of Miracle Commerce. Let us witness a great miracle together and create a great miracle empire together. At this moment, Vivian's heart began to beat faster. The elves had a very long lifespan, living for at least 500 to 600 years. If their cultivation was a bit higher, living for 1,000 years was not a problem. The elves had a long lifespan, so they could accumulate a large amount of knowledge. But Vivian could not understand, why would one of the most intelligent races on the continent like to live in seclusion? If the elves were like Chu Tian and used their knowledge and wisdom to benefit the world, wouldn't that be a better choice? If they could go to the continent and achieve something that people would envy, then their existence in this world would not be in vain. Vivian gave a soft sigh. But it was a pity that the elves were very strict and the elders would not allow the elves to participate in worldly battles. Vivian did not expect to convince those old fogies. If this idea was discovered by the elders, she would be put under house arrest for 8 to 10 years. Vivian turned off the magnetic sound machine and returned to the tribe with a worried expression. For the first time, she began to doubt the iron law that the elves had followed for generations. The next day, when Vivian was prepared to continue listening to the program, the content of the radio station had completely changed. It was almost all about the situation in the north, saying that the northern part of southern Shia had been invaded by spirit beasts and even the kingdom's capital had been defeated. Brutal spirit beast. This was truly hateful. There were many spirit beasts living in the chaotic forest, and none of these spirit beasts were good things. They were basically bandits. She never thought that even Southern Xia would be bullied by spirit beasts. The little princess was worried that Chu Tian would be in danger in Southern Xia. In the next few days, the little princess had been paying attention to the situation through the radio. On this night, the Miracle Broadcasting Station released a large amount of urgent purchasing information. Miracle Commerce's chairman Chu Tian has been heavily injured fighting spirit beasts on the front lines. He needs a level 2 immortal herb that can restore his innate vitality. What? Chu Tian was heavily injured. Vivian was instantly filled with worry. What should she do? She returned to the treehouse to think about it for the entire night. Chu Tian's current situation was very difficult and he needed help. This favor, she, Princess Vivian, could help him. If she brought the medicine to him, he would be very grateful, and Princess Vivian could use this chance to get to know Chu Tian. Only if she did this, the risk was very, very large. She couldn't care about that right now. Little Princess Vivian was not a dutiful elf. After she made up her mind, she immediately began to move. Chapter 342. Level 2 immortal herbs were very precious, but there were a few that met the standard in the tribe. However, they were all held in the hands of the elven elders like treasures. Vivian did not have the ability or reason to trick them, so she could only steal them. This kind of medicine was provided by the tribe every day and consumed large amounts of resources each year. Actually, the elven elders did not need it at all, since which elven elder didn't have a cultivation in the true spirit realm or above? Instead of wasting a heavenly treasure, it was better to use it for a higher value. But which elder's medicine was better to steal? The elven elders were not easy to provoke. The third elder Orbison had the best relationship with her, and there was an immortal herb in Orbison's garden, so he deserved to be unlucky this time. In the middle of the night, Vivian left the treehouse and secretly entered Elder Orbison's herb garden. The defenses of this herb garden were very tight. The outermost layer was an illusion array, making people unable to see the situation of the herb garden at all. There was a firm barrier inside the illusion array that even a true spirit expert would find hard to break, followed by several layers of alarms and defensive traps. There were mechanical puppets patrolling the inside of the herb garden, and each herb had a restriction placed around it. With this kind of complete defense, the chances of being stolen was close to zero. Even if someone tried to break into the herb garden, it was impossible not to set off the alarms. Once they set off, Orbison would notice. However, this was not a problem for little Princess Vivian. She was someone blessed with the spatial attribute, so those outer defenses were nothing to the little princess. Poochie. Space was cut open like a piece of cloth. The little princess directly entered Elder Orbison's herb garden. The entire herb garden was covered in a treasure, with a total of several dozen herbs, but each one was a very rare treasure. Vivian found the immortal herb that Orbison had transplanted from a ruin 80 years ago, the longevity grass. Longevity grass, its name seemed to be very ordinary, but it was a genuine immortal medicine. It said that this herb had a strong innate vitality that could make up for any innate defects and loss, increasing one's lifespan by 5%. The strong spirit energy contained within was enough for an awakened soul realm cultivator to easily break through their bottleneck. Very good. It's you. The little princess held a dagger out of thin air and very nimbly bypassed the restriction. From the spatial level, the entire plant was perfectly cut out, not even leaving behind a single root. However, the soil where the immortal medicine was planted did not show any signs of being turned over. The entire medicine was not pulled out, but moved away on a spatial level. Only Vivian could do this in the entire forest, so the restriction Orbison left behind would not be touched. Elder Orbison, you can't blame me. Royal Father always says to plant good karma, so I took your medicine to save Chu Tian, that is also planting good karma. He had obtained the celestial medicine. Vivian fled the tribe that very night. This was because the little princess knew that the matter of stealing the medicine couldn't be hidden for long. If Orbison found out that his precious immortal herb that he had carefully cultivated for 80 years had been stolen, he would go crazy with rage. She had to send the medicine to Chu Tian as soon as possible to avoid any future worries. The little princess passed through the forest and gathered her courage to enter the southern Xia for the first time, finally arriving in Central State. It was already dawn at this time, and even if the little princess had innate spatial energy, rushing through the night like this was still very tiring for her. Where does Chu Tian live? The southern Xia was in a state of war, so Central State did not have its usual bustling scene. Adding in the fact that it was only 4 in the morning, most people closed their doors and did not come out, so Central State City was very quiet. This was the little princess's first time coming to a human city. The stone houses humans lived in were very strange, being densely built. There were not many trees in the city, which made her feel a bit unaccustomed. Was it comfortable to live in this kind of dense and tall stone house? There were no leaves, no grass, no gardens, no wells, no tree houses, and no birds to accompany them. Several hundred people squeezed together. Just thinking about it made her feel awkward. Humans were truly strange. Where did Chu Tian live? Vivian closed her eyes and immediately lit the mind lamp. Her divine sense was very strong, instantly sweeping over half the city. What surprised the little princess was that these humans were very weak, simply too weak. How could there be such a weak country in this world? Vivian did not have any concept of power levels on the continent. She did not know that small kingdoms were the lowest level powers. The southern Xia humans were this weak. No wonder they were bullied by the spirit beast kingdom. The little princess was filled with confidence after knowing the strength of the southern Xia people. This was because in Central State City, there was no one that could threaten her, so she was assured of finding the strongest person and heading in his direction. Chu Tian's position in the southern Xia was very high, so it was not wrong to go find this strongest person. The southern Summer King's temporary manor. Dongfang Gan was currently taking care of military matters, and while Dongfang Gan was concentrating on analyzing the situation. Hey, hello. Suddenly, a weak and sweet female voice sounded in his ears. Dongfang Gan was shocked as he found a petite figure standing 2-3 meters away from him. Dongfang Gan's expression fell as he threw the pen in his hand like a dart. No matter who it was, if a person silently appeared in the middle of the night, they would have reacted the same way as Dongfang Gan. Dongfang Gan's cultivation was in the second true spirit layer and was the person with the highest cultivation in the southern Xia. The other side was standing 3 meters away from him, but he could not feel any aura at all. What did this mean? Either she was a high-level assassin, or she was an expert with a high cultivation, or perhaps it was both. In any case, to be able to suddenly appear in front of Dongfang Gan without alerting the guards outside, she definitely was not an ordinary person. The little princess didn't care at all. She stretched out 2 fingers and casually caught the pen that Dongfang Gan had thrown out. Dongfang Gan gave a low roar and his spirit energy instantly exploded. The Dongfang family's source spirit turned into a spear that pierced at the little princess with incomparable strength. What are you doing? You're hitting people. Vivian raised her hand, and the space in front of her shattered. The spear pierced into the shattered space and came out from behind Dongfang Gan. In the end, the attack landed solidly on Dongfang Gan's body. Dongfang Gan was instantly injured by his own attack. Who are you? I'm here to deliver medicine to Chu Tian. Vivian held a wooden box in her hand and spoke in human language that she was not very familiar with. Do you know where Chu Tian is? Deliver medicine. When Dongfang Gan saw Vivian open the wooden box, a dense aura immediately filled the air, instantly enveloping the entire room. Dongfang Gan's injuries were covered by this aura, and in an instant, they improved a little. This medicine is. The door was suddenly pushed open and several dozen Dongfang family guards rushed in, shouting, "Catch the assassin." Stop. Dongfang Gan immediately stopped them. If this fellow wanted him, these people would not be able to stop her. This is not the time. Go and find the people from the miracle commerce. Meng Yingying was tossing and turning in bed. With the recent series of events, she had not been able to sleep for several days. Now that Chu Tian was sick, Meng Yingying was very panicked. She did not know if Chu Tian could hold on or not. It said that the Warhound's army had been robbing merchant ships recently. They clearly wanted to borrow ships to head south. If there was no Chu Tian, could they stop the fierce Warhounds? At this time, this news reached Meng Yingying's hands. It said that an outsider had come to deliver medicine to Central State. Meng Yingying pinched herself to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Only then did she jump up in surprise. She immediately put on a few pieces of clothing and rushed to Dongfanggan's residence like fire. She saw that her elder sister had already arrived. At this very moment, Meng Qingwu's face was also filled with excitement, so much so that her body was slightly trembling. Both of her hands were holding a plain and simple small wooden box. Even the usually calm and steady elder sister could be this happy, then the small wooden box definitely contained the immortal medicine. "Ah, aren't you Princess Meng Yingying?" Meng Yingying found a girl who looked 1 or 2 years younger than her. She had dark green hair and a bright flower wreath on her head. Her clothes were woven from green leaves and her snow-white feet were bare. She looked very beautiful with long and sharp ears. She was sitting on a stool with a teacup in her hand and her jade-like eyes were curiously looking at the humans around her. When this strange foreign race person saw Meng Yingying, her eyes immediately lit up. Her snow-white feet stepped on the ground and she ran to Meng Yingying's side with a look of pleasant surprise. She carefully looked over Meng Yingying. "You're even more beautiful than in the movies. Me and my sisters all like you. I never thought that I would be able to see you in person. This is truly great." Meng Yingying felt a little embarrassed and a little confused. Who was this person? "Yingying, this is the princess of the Wood Elf clan, Vivian." Meng Qingwu walked over and said to her sister, she was the one who brought the immortal medicine to Chu Tian. "She is the great benefactor of our miracle commerce." "Elf princess?" Meng Yingying was shocked. This was a real princess and she, Yingying, was just an imposter. Meng Yingying did not dare to be negligent and quickly said, "Big sister princess, oh no, I should call you Granny Princess. I am Meng Yingying. Thank you for saving Chu Tian." The little princess's little face immediately fell and she indignantly said, "What granny? How do I look like a granny?" The little princess was a little unhappy. Dongfanggan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. This little elf looked harmless, but her cultivation was unfathomable. If he accidentally angered her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Meng Yingying scratched her head and quickly apologized. I'm sorry. The lifespan of elves is different from that of humans. I don't know what to call you. The elves had a much longer lifespan than humans. The little princess looked like she was 13 or 14 years old, but her actual age was definitely 60 or 70 years old. Meng Yingying had just turned 16, so was it wrong to call her granny? It seemed like whether it was humans or elves, they did not like to be called old. Forget it. The little princess did not take it to heart and impatiently said, "Why isn't Chu Tian here yet? I want to see him. Chu Tian's injuries are acting up and is currently recuperating." Meng Qingwu also could not wait. "We'll send the medicine to him now." Chapter 343. Meng Qingwu had imagined Chu Tian's injuries to be very serious. Actually, these injuries were a bit more troublesome than before, but it was impossible for Chu Tian to deal with them. He had been resting in bed for the past few days, but he was actually taking this chance to relax. The Yun sect's research had made enough progress, so Chu Tian didn't need to personally take care of everything. It was fine to have his subordinates take care of it. As for Meng Qingwu and Miracle Commerce searching the world for immortal herbs for Chu Tian didn't care. How could a small southern summer country find an immortal herb? Immortal herbs weren't cabbages. Level 2 immortal herbs were even rarer than Level 3 immortal herbs in a sense because immortal herbs were created by the heaven and earth, so they could brew a large amount of essence. Most immortal herbs far surpassed Level 2 immortal herbs, so low-level immortal herbs were hard to find. Moreover, even if they found a Level 2 immortal herb, did Miracle Commerce have something of equal value to exchange for it? Miracle Commerce's current resources were mostly from southern Xia. They weren't high-level, high-quality, or rare, and the money they used was the gold coins of southern Xia. These gold coins were worthless in other countries and although they had a bit of source stones in reserve, it was far from enough to buy an immortal herb. This kind of purchase was a waste of effort no matter how he looked at it. Who would have thought that when Chu Tian had this thought, a little elven princess would come out of nowhere with an immortal herb? She traveled tens of thousands of miles to Central State and didn't ask for anything in return, giving it to Chu Tian for free. Fuck, where did this wastrel come from? How precious was an immortal herb? It was equivalent to over 100 top-grade sacred herbs. Chu Tian had a look of disbelief on his face as he looked at the elf who had given him the medicine. This was a short elf that was only 1 meter and 40 centimeters tall. She was wearing clothes woven from branches and leaves and wore a crown of flowers on her head. She was barefooted, and although her body was not fully developed, her face was breathtakingly beautiful. This person's aura was very strong, perhaps she was a peak expert. However, his face was full of curiosity and innocence, as if he was inexperienced. According to the tradition of the elves, young elves were not allowed to come into contact with the outside world. She must have snuck out. Wow! When the little princess saw Chu Tian, her snow-white cheeks flushed with excitement. Stars appeared in her eyes, and she was a little nervous and reserved. I didn't think that I would really be able to see you. I'm Vivian. Although I'm not human, I've used the things you guys invented, so I admire you very much. So when I heard that you were injured, I specially brought you a herb from the tribe. Take a look and see if this herb is useful to you. It turned out that the reason and motive of the little princess sending the medicine made everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. They had never thought that the influence of miracle commerce would seep into the elven race. What was even more unexpected was that the little princess had actually been nurtured within the elven race. Longevity grass? Chu Tian opened the medicine box to take a look and revealed a surprised expression. Longevity grass was a rare herb recorded in ancient books. Chu Tian had never seen it in the future. This was a precious medicine that could increase one's lifespan. Meng Yingying asked nervously, "Is it useful?" Longevity grass contains the essence of life. Even if a normal person uses it, their lifespan will increase according to the ratio of their lifespan. It is not a problem to repair innate life injuries. This herb's characteristics were very special. Even if Chu Tian ate it raw on the spot, he could still recover from all his injuries. However, Chu Tian wouldn't waste it like that. In addition, he found some problems with this herb, but there are traces of restrictions on this herb. If I'm not wrong, you secretly brought it out from the tribe. Chu Tian wasn't baseless. Even if the elves were very closed off, they wouldn't send medicine from far away for an outsider they had never met. This act of sending medicine was most likely the personal actions of this little elf. She didn't look old, probably less than 70 years old. Judging from the traces on this herb had been transplanted once, but it hadn't been moved for 80 years. Therefore, Chu Tian didn't even need to think to make a judgment. This must be the property of the elven tribe, or the property of a high-ranking member of the elven tribe. Anyway, it wouldn't be the personal item of this little elf. It was most likely stolen. Everyone began to worry. The elves were mostly very powerful. If the little princess stole an immortal herb and gave it to Chu Tian, wouldn't this anger the elves? The elves were originally xenophobic and didn't like to come into contact with humans. Now that the little elf not only violated the rules of the tribe, but also stole an important herb of the tribe, if the elves came to find trouble in anger, then perhaps miracle commerce wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Powerful, truly worthy of being Chu Tian, being able to see the truth with a single glance. Little Princess Vivian did not hide anything as she giggled and said, "Our tribe doesn't have many immortal herbs and I don't have any in my hands, so I could only secretly dig one out. But you can be assured, the elves won't find trouble with you for this little matter. At most they'll put me under house arrest for 8-10 years. The little princess never thought that she had done anything wrong. This immortal herb didn't have much use to the elven elders, it was at most a treasure of Orbison's. Rather than being kept by Orbison every day, it was better to take it out and use it for something more meaningful. This chance would make Chu Tian owe the elves a favor, perhaps it would be very useful in the future. House arrest for 8-10 years. This punishment was too severe. Little Princess Vivian was willing to accept this kind of punishment in order to help miracle commerce. This made the Meng Qingwu sisters feel a bit bad. Don't look at me like that, 8-10 years is nothing to the elves. Not to mention house arrest doesn't have any effect on me. Little Princess Vivian immediately added, It's because our tribe doesn't have a way to lock me up right now. The herb has already been stolen and it's too late to send it back, so you don't need to worry. Meng Yingying was moved as she said, "We really don't know how to thank you. Why are humans so troublesome?" Vivian was a bit unhappy. "Isn't it just a herb? What's the big deal?" Since the little princess had said this, if he continued to push it, he would seem like an old woman. Chu Tian impolitely took the immortal herb and wrote a list for Meng Qingwu. He told Meng Qingwu to collect these materials as soon as possible. These materials were all common sacred herbs. With Miracle Commerce's current resources, it shouldn't be hard to find them. Meng Qingwu took the list and left. Chu Tian looked at Vivian and said, "Can you let me see your source spirit?" Of course, there's no problem. Vivian's spirit energy was released. When her spirit energy was released, it didn't have any color and one could only see ripples in space. Following that, a white dagger appeared above Vivian's head. This dagger was very special. It seemed to be connected to space, and it contained powerful spatial energy. Every time it moved, its sharp edge would be able to cut through space like tofu. Spatial dagger. Little Princess Vivian's source spirit. A rare spatial attributed source spirit. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said, "Although you have a strong spatial source spirit, what's strange is that you don't seem to cultivate a spatial attributed cultivation technique." Vivian said with a depressed expression, "Because spatial attributed cultivation techniques are too rare, the elves can't find one suitable for me, so my main cultivation technique isn't spatial attributed." Everyone felt it was a pity hearing this. The spatial attributed was one of the strongest attributes. If she could find a suitable cultivation technique to complement her source spirit, little Princess Vivian's potential would be very shocking. However, because the spatial attributed was rare and strong, there were very few people who could cultivate it, so it was hard to pass it down. The little princess not being able to find a suitable cultivation technique was normal. "This is truly great." Chu Tian revealed a laugh that made everyone suspicious. Chu Tian explained, "You didn't come all the way here to give me the medicine, so Miracle Commerce can't repay you. I'll use a special cultivation technique to return the favor." Little Princess Vivian was shocked. It couldn't be. Could it be that Chu Tian had a spatial attributed cultivation technique? This cultivation technique is called void escaping. It is a movement technique based on space. Your source spirit spatial dagger matches the requirements of this cultivation technique. As long as you can cultivate this cultivation technique, there will be few people in the same realm that can threaten your life. Everyone's faces fell. Not only were these people shocked that Chu Tian could take out a spatial attributed cultivation technique, they were also shocked at the strong effects of this cultivation technique. Once this void escaping was cultivated, no matter how much his battle strength increased, at least within a large realm, it would be hard for anyone to kill him. This was definitely an extremely strong cultivation technique. Vivian found it a bit hard to believe. This person could really take out a spatial attributed cultivation technique. Chu Tian did not say anything else as he took out a jade slip and spent the entire night recording the cultivation technique. He personally gave it to Vivian and seriously said, "After you memorize this cultivation technique, destroy it. You can't leak it out, otherwise it will bring trouble." Vivian had only wanted to give him the medicine. She never thought that she would have this kind of fortuitous encounter. Vivian had thought that in her lifetime, it would be hard for her to cultivate a complete spatial attributed cultivation technique. When Vivian saw the main points of the void escaping cultivation technique, she felt her blood boil. This was not just a complete spatial attributed cultivation technique, it was also a high-class cultivation technique. To Vivian and the elves, this cultivation technique's value was not just a single immortal herb. Not even 10 or 100 could compare. At this time, Meng Qingwu came back. The materials that Chu Tian needed were already in the storage, so the conditions were met. Now he could directly refine the medicine. Good. The heavens are helping me. This troublesome old injury can finally be cleaned up. Chu Tian said to Vivian, "Stay in Central State for 2 days. If there's anything you don't understand, write it down and I'll explain it to you when I come out." After saying this, Chu Tian went into closed-door cultivation. Chapter 344. The true value of the longevity grass was not the immortal herb itself, but rather its special property of increasing one's lifespan. The herbs and pills on the continent were strictly limited. For example, a level 1 herb was only effective for body refinement cultivators. If it was used on an awakened soul cultivator, the effect would be limited no matter how high it was. If it was used on a true spirit cultivator, it would have no effect at all. Therefore, a normal level 2 immortal herb could become a precious collection, but it was not very useful to the elven elders. The longevity grass was special in that not only did it have the medicinal properties of a level 2 immortal herb, it could also increase one's innate vitality. It was not useless to the elven elders. After all, it was equal to several dozen years of lifespan. Vivian's carelessness in stealing the longevity grass would cause quite a stir, but Chu Tian did not have any thoughts of returning it. With Chu Tian's current strength, it was easier said than done to get an immortal herb. Since it was delivered to his door, how could he let it go? He would first swallow the fat meat that was delivered to his mouth. He would not consider anything else in the future. But an entire immortal herb was too much. Chu Tian used a third of it to refine a pill. In terms of quality, it was only a half-immortal grade pill. Whether it was the longevity grass itself or the supplementary herbs, they were all sacred medicines that contained a large amount of life essence. Therefore, this pill was mainly used for healing, which was more than enough for Chu Tian's injuries. I can finally get rid of this sickly state. When Chu Tian swallowed the immortal pill, it was activated by his spirit energy and turned into a large amount of essence. It quickly seeped out of his internal organs, entering his muscles, and entering his bone marrow. A vigorous life energy covered his body, healing his broken meridians without any suspense. Not only did Chu Tian's injuries instantly turn for the better, his cultivation also quickly jumped from the 6th awakened soul layer to the peak 6th awakened soul layer. Although this pill was made with a healing formula, it still contained immortal herbs and many other sacred herbs. The condensed spiritual energy was something a trivial illustrious soul realm cultivator could not imagine. Chu Tian had not only reached the peak 6th awakened soul layer, he could feel that he had only absorbed a fifth of the medicinal essence. Even if he used the remaining energy, it would be enough for him to break through the peak 6th awakened soul layer and jump into the 7th awakened soul layer, the true soul realm. Good, very good. Who would have thought that a third of a stalk of immortal medicine would have such an effect? Not only had Chu Tian recovered from his injuries, but he had also obtained a huge increase in strength. The remaining portion, combined with some cultivation increasing saint herbs, was enough to allow others to obtain a huge increase in strength. The medicine that little Princess Vivian had sent had increased the strength of miracle commerce by a level. While Chu Tian was in closed-door cultivation, little Princess Vivian was taken on a tour of miracle commerce by Meng Yingying. After touring the Yun sect's research facility, Vivian was deeply shocked by the creativity of miracle commerce. She felt that she had done an incredible thing. Chu Tian had the ability to change the entire world and she, Vivian, had saved this kind of powerful person from danger. Wasn't this a huge merit? Not to mention that Vivian had obtained a large lucky chance. The spatial cultivation technique that she obtained from Chu Tian was enough to benefit everyone. This was something that no immortal herb could compare to. Other than that, Vivian also had a large harvest. Because Meng Qingwu had given the task of taking care of little Princess Vivian to her little sister, Meng Yingying had been inseparable with Vivian for the past few days. The two of them ate and slept together, talking about everything. As a result, little Princess Vivian was surprised to find that she and Meng Yingying, the fake princess, had a lot in common. Although there was a big age gap between them, and although they were of different races, there was no barrier between them. The two of them regretted not meeting each other earlier, and immediately became good friends who could talk about anything. Meng Yingying's heart was pure, beautiful, and kind, almost no different from an elf. Meng Yingying was not as rigid as other elves, so she was especially to little Princess Vivian's liking. The two had only known each other for a few days, but they had already agreed to make a movie together, and were even about to sign a contract to become sworn sisters. Meng Qingwu had been paying attention to the two of them. When she saw that her little sister and the little princess were getting along well, her heart was very happy. The elves were naturally pure and kind, but they were also very sensitive. They would always be wary of the complicated and fickle humans. Only a pure person like Yingying could get along with the elves. This was something that Meng Qingwu couldn't do. Meng Qingwu didn't know what realm the little princess's cultivation had reached, but Dongfang Gan, who was in the second true spirit layer, couldn't compare to her, so the little princess's strength was at least in the third true spirit layer. Even in a warring kingdom, she would be a peak expert. Not to mention that the little princess was the elven king's daughter, having a revered identity and high status. If they could use her to form a good relationship with the elves, Miracle Commerce wouldn't need to be afraid of the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom behind the Warhound's kingdom. Today, Meng Yingying invited the little princess to the Miracle Hotel to eat and drink to her heart's content. Meng Qingwu felt that after several days of contact, the little Princess Vivian should have let down her guard, so she personally came to the hotel to find the two of them. She saw these two fellows making an entire table of food and wine, drinking and chatting happily. The little princess was dancing on the large table with her bare white feet. When Meng Yingying saw her elder sister appear, she was very surprised. "Elder sister, why are you suddenly free? Come and sit. I just happened to pass by and heard that you were here, so I came to take a look." Meng Qingwu was here to test the little princess, so she couldn't make it too obvious. "Honorable Princess Vivian, are you satisfied with Central State?" Vivian's face turned red. "I like it here," Meng Qingwu said with a smile. "Since you like it here, why don't you stay in Central State for a long time?" Little Princess Vivian was like a deflated ball as she said with a depressed face, "That won't do. The elves aren't allowed to privately interact with humans. I've already left home for 2 days and the elders have most likely found out, so they are searching the forest for me. If they can't find me in the forest, they might come here. I can't implicate you all." Meng Yingying was very angry. The elves are all a group of old fogies. It's not like every human is a bad person. Princess Vivian has been in Central State for a few days, but we still don't know where you came from. Can you introduce your hometown to us? This was the question Meng Qingwu wanted to know the most. She already knew that Vivian came from the south, but the kingdom lacked information on the southern region of southern Xia. They only knew that there were barbarians, dwarfs, and other rare races living in the endless forest. "That's right." Meng Yingying slapped the table. "After you tell us, I'll ask Chu Tian to build a communication station there. That way, even if you're in the tribe, you can still receive information from Central State and even contact us." Vivian was clearly tempted. If Miracle Commerce could build a communication station in the Emerald Forest, wouldn't that bring a rich life to the elves? It would make the tribe that had been closed off for thousands of years suddenly become full of vitality. When Vivian missed Yingying and Chu Tian, she could use the communication device to contact the two of them. "Is this really okay?" For Miracle Commerce, this is just a small matter. Vivian did not have any wariness towards the Meng Qingwu sisters at all. When she heard the Meng Qingwu sisters say this, there was nothing else other than gratitude in her heart. She immediately told them the area the tribe was in, the surrounding terrain, the specific location, and even the strength of the population. The area Vivian lived in was to the south of southern Xia. It was a chaotic land that spanned hundreds of thousands of miles. Because the forest occupied 70 to 80% of the area, this place was called the Forest of Chaos. The terrain was chaotic, the species were chaotic, the races were chaotic, the influences were chaotic, and the order was chaotic. In short, it was a chaotic land. There were countless spirit veins intersecting in this area and the land was very fertile. There were countless treasures and there were countless blessed lands. In short, it had the conditions to become a large empire. However, there were hundreds of races in this area. There were large races like the spirit beasts and elves, there were strong races like the dragons and the giants' tares, and there were rare races like the dwarfs, the flower fairies, and the tree spirits. These races all had their own rules and kept each other in check, with no one being able to stand out. The west side of the Forest of Chaos was close to the sea, which was the border of the Sea Race Empire. The southeast side was occupied by the Empire, where many superpowers intersected, so this made the situation even more complicated. The current Forest of Chaos main system was a city-state system. Large underground cities and forest cities were scattered all over the place like a chessboard. Every city occupied thousands of miles of rich resources, representing the hegemony of a region, and was fought over by the various tribes of the forest. Some large cities even had several vassal cities, forming a colossus that was not weaker than the forces of the warring states. A place without a country? Meng Yingying felt this was very strange. There are clearly over 10 billion people, but there are no countries. It is rare to see races all concentrated in the same area on the continent. The different races have different habits and beliefs, so naturally it is hard to unify them. Meng Qingwu never thought that there would be this kind of area south of southern Xia. Then what are the strongest powers in the Forest of Chaos? Vivian said, other than us elves, there are several other strong powers in the Forest of Chaos. For example, the Dragon City controlled by the Dragon Lord, the Titan City controlled by the Giants, the Wild Beast City controlled by the Spirit Beasts, the West Sea City controlled by the Western Sea Race, and etc. They are all powers that cannot be underestimated and can be considered the overlords of the Forest of Chaos. Vivian drew a simple map of the area. Meng Qingwu had been very troubled recently. Miracle Commerce's development to the north had been blocked, so how should they expand? Now, a new world had appeared in front of them. This complicated and rich place, this primitive and barbaric land, perhaps it would become Miracle Commerce's new direction. As a merchant, Meng Qingwu was very clear that the places with business opportunities were not places with order. The more chaotic a place was, the more opportunities there were to rise. Chapter 345. After a strong wave of spirit energy, Chu Tian had smoothly come out. In this short closed-door cultivation, not only had he recovered from his injuries, he had also stepped into the seventh awakened soul layer. This filled Miracle Commerce with energy and swept away everyone's worries. It was all thanks to the immortal medicine little Princess Vivian sent. Since Chu Tian was fine, the little princess was prepared to go back. After all, she had left home for several days and the elven elders were searching for her, so they must be going crazy with worry. If they chased her here, Chu Tian and the small southern summer country's troubles would be unavoidable. Vivian decided to go back and admit her wrongs. At worst she would be locked up for a while, but as long as the storm passed, she could still come to southern Xia to play with Chu Tian and Yingying. Vivian had given her the immortal medicine and Chu Tian had given her a spatial cultivation technique, so they were basically even. So, Chu Tian did not make her stay, which made little Princess Vivian feel a bit disappointed. She said her goodbyes with a depressed expression. Remember to come see me in the Forest of Chaos when you have time. I'll be very bored in the tribe. Princess, you don't need to be in a rush to leave. I've carefully prepared a gift for you. Can you wait a bit? Is that so? Many thanks, big sister Meng Qingwu. Little Princess Vivian really liked Miracle Commerce's things, especially the cameras, magnetic sound devices, and video players. If she could bring a bunch of them back, she wouldn't be bored even if she was locked up. Meng Qingwu gave a soft cough before leaving. Chu Tian came back to his senses. The young miss had something to say. He immediately followed Meng Qingwu to the back hall. What is this? Take a look at this first. Meng Qingwu took out the map she had drawn from Princess Vivian's description. She first introduced the situation of the Forest of Chaos and then explained her thoughts. The true threat we are facing right now is not the Warhound's kingdom, but rather the Eagle Burial Kingdom behind them. It wasn't hard to defeat the Warhound's kingdom, but it wasn't easy to deal with the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Miracle Commerce's land was barren and couldn't expand, and the north was covered by the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so the only way to break through was the south. The overall strength of the Forest of Chaos is not inferior to an empire. Those peak forest cities, mountain cities, and underground cities are not weaker than the Eagle Burial Warring Kingdom, only the hundreds of races are divided and the situation is chaotic, so the powers are not evenly distributed. Although the terrain is primitive, the fierce beasts, and the various powers are chaotic, it is also because of this that it is a good place to fish in troubled waters. I understand what eldest miss means. The Forest of Chaos is a fertile land. Miracle Commerce has great potential in this area, but we haven't thought of a way to get involved yet. I think we should go through Vivian and find a way to get in touch with the elves. The south might become a fertile land for Miracle Commerce and Chu Tian's group to grow stronger. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. The Forest of Chaos was simply too powerful. Not to mention the Dragon Lord, the Elven King, or the Titans, Any small or medium-sized faction would be able to wipe them out. How to safely enter the Forest of Chaos was of the utmost importance. The best way was to form an alliance with a local tribe. This could provide protection in the beginning and also help miracle commerce develop. The little elf sitting outside, wasn't she just a local? Meng Qingwu had yet to think of a way to establish a cooperative relationship. After all, the elves were very antisocial and had overwhelming power. If she were to make contact with them rashly, not only would she fail to achieve her goal, she might even bring disaster upon herself. Understood, leave it to me. When Chu Tian returned to the living room, Meng Yingying was sending off little Princess Vivian. The two of them had a look of reluctance because after today, who knew when they would meet again? Chu Tian walked in front of Vivian and said, "I have a suggestion. How about you don't go back and just join Miracle Commerce?" Meng Qingwu almost spat out blood. What kind of idea was this? Did he not know the consequences of doing this? If they left Vivian in Central State and let her join Miracle Commerce, the elves would definitely fly into a rage. They would insist that it was Chu Tian who kidnapped the princess, and it would be strange if they didn't cripple Miracle Commerce at that time. I agree. I also think the same. Vivian did not even have time to speak before Meng Yingying expressed her strong support. You will definitely be punished if you go back, so why don't you stay with us? But Vivian was very excited. She had not played enough these past few days and she would most likely be locked up for a long time when she returned to the tribe. If she could choose, of course she wanted to stay. However, Vivian was not stupid. If she went back on her own initiative, at most she would be punished for violating the tribe's rules. However, if she was left behind by a human, then the situation would be completely different. Wouldn't that implicate Chu Tian and the others? Chu Tian said to Vivian, "Do you like Miracle Commerce? Do you want the elves to become a beneficiary and participant of Miracle Commerce?" "Of course I like it, this is a great cause." Vivian's words were not false at all. After touring around Central State these past few days, she had a deep understanding of Miracle Commerce's potential. I feel that Miracle Commerce's future will not be normal. You're right. Even in a small and poor country, Miracle Commerce only took half a year to develop to this stage, but our dream is not to be content with a single person. Then what is it? We want to change this world and even change this era, making the continent more wonderful because of us, making everyone's lifestyle change. We want to personally create a miracle dynasty. Vivian had a look of worship on her face. This was great. This was the Chu Tian she admired. Southern Xia is too barren. If we can enter a place like the Forest of Chaos one day, I think Miracle Commerce will have great achievement. When Chu Tian said this, he suddenly revealed a compassionate appearance. I've heard that there are over 100 races living in the Forest of Chaos, killing each other. There is no order or law, with bandits, murderers, and human traffickers everywhere. There should be a power that can end this chaotic situation and pacify this chaotic forest. Miracle Commerce is willing to help us and use the Forest of Chaos as the first step to realizing our dreams. I wonder if the elves are willing to help. Vivian's body trembled. What? Miracle Commerce wanted to go to the Forest of Chaos. The Forest of Chaos was Vivian's hometown. How could she not be willing? Vivian anxiously jumped up. Each elf hopes to change the situation of the forest, but we can't do it with just our strength. Then don't hesitate, let's work together now. With Miracle Commerce's wisdom and the elves' strength, sweeping the entire Forest of Chaos will not be a problem. Chu Tian patted Vivian's shoulder. As for the elves, there is no need to worry. I believe that in the near future, the Forest of Chaos will become peaceful and orderly and the elves will become an important force. The elven elders are very rigid. I'm afraid you will. Rigid? Chu Tian specializes in dealing with rigid people. There is no matter that I can't handle. Relax and stay here for a few more days. After the matter in Southern Xia is over, I'll accompany you to the Forest of Chaos to convince them and let the elves become Miracle Commerce's allies. Really? Please look into my sincere eyes. Do I look like a liar? Meng Yingying seized this chance to say, you might not understand this fellow, but as long as he dares say something, there is nothing he can't do. No matter how difficult it is, you can be assured. Vivian was more and more moved. She was very clear about Chu Tian's deeds, so she knew that this person was good at creating miracles. Perhaps he could really convince them. All right, then I'll stay here for a few more days. Meng Yingying gave a happy shout. Great. Vivian's face was also filled with a smile. She liked this creative place from the bottom of her heart. The elven forest was filled with gardening, painting, and carving. That kind of life was too boring, and she was bored for a day, not to mention a lifetime. People lived in this world, so they needed to do something. Meng Qingwu didn't know what Chu Tian was thinking, but with their tacit understanding, as long as it was Chu Tian's decision, Meng Qingwu would not easily question it. Not to mention that Vivian was very strong. If she could stay in Central State City, it would at least give Central State City a strong protection. Princess Vivian has become a member of the company, so we should give her a position. With Vivian's status, we can't just casually ignore her. What position does the young miss think we should give her? There was no lack of people in charge of the various departments, so what position could they give Vivian? Meng Qingwu's heart skipped a beat. Since Miracle Commerce is prepared to expand into the Forest of Chaos, we should create an external development manager. Their position will be the same as the branch chairman. What do you think? Chu Tian nodded. All right, that's it. Good. 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 Meng Yingying revealed a smile. We welcome the princess to Miracle Commerce. Vivian gave a few silly laughs. She had heard Meng Yingying talk about Chu Tian recently, so she was very envious of Meng Yingying who could work beside Chu Tian. It would be great if she could work with Chu Tian, but she never thought that her wish would come true this quickly. What attracted Vivian the most was that Miracle Commerce was going to the Forest of Chaos. Vivian thought of going with Miracle Commerce to the Forest of Chaos and showing off her skills in the Forest of Chaos. Her blood was boiling. What should I do now? No rush, no rush. You don't need to do anything right now, I'll teach you a few things. If Chu Tian wanted to convince the old fellows of the Elven tribe, he had to take out something that would make them speechless. During this time, you just need to practice the void escaping well. Yes, Chairman. The little princess had finally settled down. Chu Tian used the remaining 2/3 of the immortal herbs, and with a bunch of sacred herbs that could increase one's cultivation base, he refined another 10 pills. Although they were refined from incomplete immortal herbs and dregs, their medicinal strength was not inferior to a top-grade sacred pill, and their effects were even better. Chu Tian gave them to the people beside him. In the end, the young Miss, Yingying, Feng Kadi, Yun Yaro, and the others all easily reached the 6th awakened soul layer. Nangong Yun reached the peak 6th awakened soul layer, and breaking through to the 7th awakened soul layer was just around the corner. Although Chen Bingyu did not break through, her cultivation had increased a bit. What surprised Chu Tian the most was that after Dongfang Haoran took the pill, his cultivation had smoothly reached the peak 9th awakened soul layer. His strength had already reached the level of the Southern Summer Marquis, so it seemed like he was a person with great potential. The entire Miracle Commerce's strength had increased by a level. All aspects of the war preparations had been completed, and they were just waiting for the war hounds to arrive. Chapter 346. The Southern Summer Imperial City was filled with the war hounds' banners. The Imperial City had fallen and all resistance had been killed. The Imperial City had been in chaos for several days, and a quarter of the 7-8 million people had died in battle. The rest had chosen to surrender and pledge their loyalty. The Warhound's army had looted and burned for several days. The wealth and resources accumulated by the families in Imperial City over 100 years had all become the Fang King's spoils of war. The fierce demon wolf cavalry had taken over the Imperial region and several dozen cities in Kang State. Now there were over 40 million southern Xia citizens that had become the Warhound's vassals. Wang Tianlong was in high spirit. This was because after the Fang King took over the Imperial region, he immediately made Wang Tianlong the new king. Through Wang Tianlong's human identity, it was much easier to rule the southern Xia citizens than the Fang King himself. After all, these humans had lived on this land for generations and had a deep hatred for the northern spirit beasts, so it was not easy to directly rule them. So what if he was a subordinate king? It was not something a marquis could compare to. Wang Tianlong got what he wanted. Now, his biggest wish was to take back all the remaining lands that were struggling at death's door. Other than that, There was another matter that was stuck in Wang Tianlong's throat. Chu Tian. He didn't know why, but he felt that as long as Chu Tian didn't die, he couldn't sleep well. When the scouts brought back news, Chu Tian had indeed escaped to Central State and had even pushed Dongfang Gan onto the throne, preparing to fight against the Great Summer Country. Wang Tianlong was so angry that he smashed a cup. He immediately notified Nangong Ling, who was now a ruler, and the two of them quickly entered the royal palace, preparing to report to the Fang King. The Fang King was currently receiving the Eagle Burial Kingdom's envoy. This Eagle Burial envoy was covered in a black robe, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Even with the Fang King's incomparably respected status, he still had to show some respect to this person. The Eagle Burial envoy first praised the Fang King. "Your Highness has ruled the war hounds and quickly conquered Southern Summer. The king has given you high praise and will properly reward you after the battle. I hope your Highness will continue to expand south, allowing the Eagle Burial Kingdom's southern territory to reach the Forest of Chaos. With one large and one small kingdom joining in, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's influence will increase by another step. The king might even become an emperor in 100 years. The Fang King didn't care about these questions, only asking, "Have Eagle Burial's reinforcements arrived?" His Highness has requested 100,000 air reinforcements, but the Eagle Burial Kingdom is fighting all over and all the battlefronts are very shocked. The Southern Summer Imperial City has already been broken and there are only a few people left to resist, but against the people who are good at fighting, is there a need to send 100,000 reinforcements? Although the Vulture Cavalry is not the trump card of the Eagle Burial Kingdom, it is still a very precious air force. We can only support 20,000 cavalry at most. This is already our limit. Your Highness, please don't make this difficult. The Fang King was a bit unhappy. Although Southern Xia can't even withstand a single blow, the difference in terrain between the north and south of Southern Xia is huge. My demon wolf riders can't travel thousands of miles over mountains and rivers. If we want to end this battle quickly, we'll need a large aerial force. Your Highness is too cautious. The Eagle Burial envoy disagreed. Even if the demon wolf cavalry cannot fight, you still have several 100,000 soldiers from the Warhound Plains and 10,000 Vulture Cavalry. Adding in the 20,000 Vulture Cavalry, even if you don't use any tactics, you can still break through a few normal Southern Summer cities. The Fang King gave a snort. Your Highness wanting to end this battle quickly isn't wrong, but you have to consider the overall situation of the kingdom. For a Southern Summer that can't rise again, you don't need to invest too much of the Eagle Burial Kingdom's battle strength. The Eagle Burial envoy said this and then added, "You don't need to be too anxious. The king has given us 3 months of time, so no matter how hard we humans defend, 3 months is more than enough." The Eagle Burial envoy left the palace after giving his orders. His sharp eyes swept over Wang Tianlong and Nangong Ling, revealing a look of ridicule and disdain. Were these lowly humans worthy of being the Eagle Burial Kingdom's opponents? This Highness really didn't know what was good for him. 100,000 Vulture Cavalry? Wasn't this just nonsense? It was hard for a large kingdom to use a 100,000 aerial army. Now that they were dealing with a small country and a dying one at that, he actually asked for 100,000 reinforcements. If it wasn't for unifying the war hounds and winning 2 battles, the king would give him a bit of face. Otherwise, even 20,000 could forget about it. The Fang King softly asked, "Have you investigated the matter I asked you to investigate?" Nangong Ling quickly cupped his hands and said, "We've investigated the strange weapons used by the Southern Summer Defenders. These are special weapons manufactured in a secret factory near Imperial City." The Fang King's eyes flashed with a bright glow. It really is a mass-produced weapon. Such a weak small country actually has such a sharp new weapon. Have you found the blueprints or production staff? Also, I've heard that the Southern Xia humans have invented something that can communicate over 1,000 miles and broadcast sound. Have you found any of this technology yet? We ask the Fang King to punish us. Nangong Yun said in a terrified voice, "These new technologies haven't been around for long and they are all in the hands of Miracle Commerce. All the related equipment in the city has been destroyed and the secret factory outside the city has been heavily damaged, so we can't find anything of value for now." Waste. The Fang King slapped Nangong Ling into the wall. Nangong Ling did not dare resist and could only kowtow to accept his punishment. Fang King, please calm your anger. Wang Tianlong respectfully bowed down. I've received news that Chu Tian's group has escaped to the south and is currently in Central State. As long as we capture him, everything will be in our hands. In the Imperial City battle, the fierce firepower of the Source Energy submachine guns and the shocking might of the Source Energy bombs had left a deep impression on the Fang King. The Fang King thought it was a secret treasure at first, but who would have thought that after investigating it, it was actually a mass-produced weapon? This made the Fang King very excited. If he could obtain this kind of equipment, the Eagle Burial Kingdom's strength would increase by several times. It would be too easy for them to become an emperor. We've searched the merchant caravans and stored ships, so we've already gathered enough. Wang Tianlong knelt down on one knee. Please give the order. As long as Central State falls, Southern Shia's last resistance will collapse. At that time, the 200 million Southern Shia citizens will all become subjects of the Warhound's kingdom, forever farming and producing for the Fang King. The Fang King was a bit hesitant. Today's position was not obtained through bravery. The Fang King was not only a peak expert, he was also a clear-headed commander. He did not let two large victories go to his head, rather he calmly analyzed the situation. There was no doubt that the remaining Southern Shia army could not even stop the Warhounds, not to mention the Eagle Burial Kingdom army. But now they were faced with two variables. The first was the terrain variable. The second was the unexpected variable. The Warhounds would have to pass through the Four States Lake if they continued south, but the Warhounds were not good at fighting in the water. Moreover, the ships they stole from the Southern Summer merchants and the old warships in the warehouse could not compare to Southern Shia's warships. If they fought on the Four States Lake, the Warhounds might not have an advantage. Other than that, did Southern Shia still have that kind of powerful weapon in storage? Once this weapon was used in a water battle, it would have an even stronger killing effect. This was something they had to guard against. Wang Tianlong was filled with doubt. Whether it is our numbers or strength, we have an overwhelming advantage. What is the Fang King worried about? All right. The Fang King made his decision. Immediately pass down my orders. The Demon Wolf cavalry will stay behind and the rest of the army will prepare to head south. Understood. Wang Tianlong revealed a look of joy and immediately asked, then what is the strategy? The Fang King had already thought of a strategy. You will lead 600,000 Warhounds to head south. The fleet cannot be concentrated and will be split into 5 fleets of 100,000 people. They will follow different routes and land in different places in Central State. This is, Southern Shia's army is weaker than our army, so their only chance of victory is to defeat us on the water. However, their army is not as large as ours and we will scatter to land, making it difficult for them. At most we can attack 1 or 2 places and most of the army will land. Wang Tianlong's eyes lit up. Splitting the army to land is one of the strategies. It is a strong attack. The Fang King continued to say, I will lead 30,000 vulture cavalry and the various tribe chiefs from Kang State. We will pass through the mountains to the north of Central State and launch a surprise attack on Central State City. A surprise attack and a strong attack. How could Central State City stop them? The Southern Summer country had lost 2 battles, but they did not lose unjustly. The Fang King was an experienced commander. His strategies were always impeccable. At least from Wang Tianlong's point of view, Central State City would definitely die in this battle. The battle strength of the Central State Army could be ignored. The Southern Summer Cavalry had 200,000-300,000, but their overall strength could not compare to the Warhounds, so they had no chance of winning in a head-on clash. As long as the Warhounds landed, they would be able to break through Central State with a strong attack. The Warhounds would split into 5 groups, and even if Central State sent out all their forces to intercept them on the water, the Warhounds were not good at fighting on the water and their ships were old, so they could only intercept 1 or 2 groups at most. The rest of the troops would be able to surround Central State City. This was already very hard to break. Not to mention that in the Fang King's strategy, there was a hidden surprise attack. He would personally lead the air force from the north, crossing over the mountains to launch a surprise attack on Central State. No matter how good the calm martial ruler's tactics were, if he wanted to intercept the 600,000 Warhounds army, It was impossible for him to not send out all his forces. But once he sent out all his forces, Central State City would be very empty. Under the surprise attack of 30,000 aerial troops, Central State City would definitely fall. If Central State City fell, no matter how beautiful the battle on the Four States Lake was, it would be meaningless. The fall of Central State was already an inevitable result. The Fang King was truly worthy of being the Eagle Burial Empire's king. He could think of such a detailed and ruthless plan in such a short period of time. Wang Tianlong and Nangong Ling's confidence increased. Although Dongfang Gan's military talent did not lose to the Fang King's, in a situation where both sides were at the same level, pure strength was the deciding factor. The Fang King watched the two of them leave. He did not know why, but he had a vague premonition that this battle would not be easy. Chapter 347. The war hounds could attack at any time. Central State's development could not be slow. Meng Qingwu had been observing the data from all sides, and she had to admit that war was the strongest catalyst for the development of a civilization. With the threat of the war hound's kingdom, the entire Central State was united. In just a short half a month, not only had everyone's cultivation base increased by a level, the Central State Yun sect had also continued to show results, and the industry had developed by leaps and bounds. With all the resources from all sides working together, the production efficiency had increased by around 3 times. Not bad, very not bad. With this speed, if the warhounds gave them another 10-15 days, Central State would be impregnable and the warhounds' army would not be able to break through this place easily. Now Meng Qingwu's biggest headache was not the warhounds' kingdom in the north. Miracle Commerce's new strategy had already been decided. The Forest of Chaos would become the place where Miracle Commerce would truly rise, but how to enter this area was the #1 problem for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian's method was too risky. The elves were a race with a strong sense of vigilance and did not trust outsiders easily, so they were closed off. Meng Qingwu thought that if they wanted to gain the elves' trust and support, they had to slowly eliminate the elves' suspicions and let them recognize Miracle Commerce and accept them. Chu Tian directly pulled Princess Vivian into his group, not leaving any room for negotiation. Did he consider Vivian's identity? Did he really consider the feelings of the elves' conservative faction? This would not be able to win the elves over as an ally, rather it would cause the elves to be hostile towards them. What were they busy with at this time? Meng Qingwu took out the communication device to contact Yingying. In the end, she found out that Yingying was with Chu Tian and Vivian, currently in the Yun sect. What were they doing in the Yun sect? Meng Qingwu curiously went over to see what was going on. Chu Tian had opened a special laboratory for Vivian and was currently teaching the little princess how to use this super modern laboratory. This is the spatial laboratory that the Yun sect has specially prepared for Vivian. I'll leave it to you to manage after tonight. When Chu Tian said this, his tone suddenly changed. In order to facilitate your work, I'll let eldest Miss and Yingying be responsible for assisting you. Vivian's face was full of surprise as she touched around in the laboratory. There were many new things inside, things that could never be seen in the elven tribe. Vivian had just been accepted into Miracle Commerce by Chu Tian, and she already had her own laboratory so quickly. Her sense of identity became even stronger. Ah, what did you say? Vivian was stunned. How can that be? Yingying and big sister Qingwu are the founders of Miracle Commerce and I am just a newcomer. Vivian was used to calling Meng Qingwu sister. Although she was old enough to be Meng Qingwu's grandmother, Meng Qingwu also gave a bitter smile. Those who are capable come first, little princess doesn't need to be modest. But. Vivian scratched her head in a bit of embarrassment as her white cheeks turned red. Although I've lived for 14 elven years, I can't even compare to Yingying in terms of knowledge. Not to mention managing a laboratory, I'm afraid I can't even be a normal researcher. This was definitely the truth. Meng Yingying had copied Meng Qingwu's heavenly booksource spirit for a long time to increase her learning ability, so her knowledge would not lose to a normal Yun sect scholar. On the other hand, Vivian was several times older than Yingying, but she had lived in the elven environment since she was young, so how could she have the mind to study? Vivian's strength could not compare to anyone, but her knowledge was far from it. Meng Qingwu felt it was strange. Little Princess Vivian was not good at science, So why did she prepare a laboratory? What was Chu Tian thinking? Vivian was very embarrassed. How about this laboratory? We don't need it for now. My cultivation base is not bad, so if you want to fight, I might be able to help. Let's say it like this. Even if you invite the most knowledgeable old scholar of your elven race, there wouldn't be much of a difference in my eyes. Moreover, you have a special potential that normal people don't have. Chu Tian encouraged Vivian. You are unique. I believe that you can do things that other people can't do. Vivian's heart was instantly moved to the point of bursting. She was synonymous with trouble in the elven tribe, and even she had given up on herself. She never thought that there would be someone who appreciated her this much, not to mention that this person was her most respected idol. What special potential do I have? Your innate spatial energy. The thing that Chu Tian wanted to teach Vivian was actually the knowledge of spatial energy. This was a hard-to-form knowledge in 20,000 years. Whether it was a world-famous scholar or a normal person like Vivian, there was no difference. In order to let you understand your own potential, I'll give you a small task first. Chu Tian gave a set of very complicated blueprints to Vivian. This is the third-level spatial source energy array's blueprint. Your first task is to complete the array, and you will naturally understand my meaning at that time. Spatial source energy array. The few of them were shocked. They had heard of fire source energy arrays, wind source energy arrays, and ice source energy arrays. As for spatial source energy arrays, they had never heard of them before. It could even be called a fantasy. Spatial energy was recognized as the hardest attribute to control. Wanting to use a source energy array to create spatial energy, was this really possible? Vivian held the complicated blueprints and said, "What kind of array is this?" Chu Tian gave Vivian an encouraging look. Don't ask too many questions, just give it a try. No matter how bad one's knowledge was, they still had the basic ability to draw a source energy array. Chu Tian had already given a detailed blueprint, and Vivian just needed to draw the array according to the blueprint. With her true spirit realm and mind's lamp divine sense, this was not a hard thing to do. This source energy array was clearly not normal. The materials Chu Tian had prepared were all precious level 3 materials. Other than that, he had used 4 giant source energy batteries to form a system to replenish the energy of this source energy array. I'm going to start. Vivian's little face tightened. This was her first time showing her strength. She couldn't drop the ball at this critical moment. She released her divine sense. This divine sense was not weaker than Chu Tian's, it was even a bit stronger than Chu Tian's. After scanning the blueprint once, every detail was recorded in her mind. Rise. The crystal stone pen was raised. Vivian directly used her divine sense to control it, drawing it on a piece of stone specially used to hold source energy arrays. After around 30 minutes, a complex and complete space source energy array was formed. When Meng Qingwu saw the source energy array, it was hard for her to hide the shock in her heart. Meng Qingwu was not a simple woman, she could be considered half a disciple of Chu Tian. Of the current technology of miracle commerce, the only one who had a complete grasp of it was Meng Qingwu. Meng Qingwu's strong learning ability and heavenly book memory allowed her to surpass top scholars like Jiyu Qianqiu and Yun Tianhe in a short period of time. This space source energy array was something she had never heard of before. It wasn't like Meng Qingwu had never seen a level 3 array before, but she had never seen one this complex. All the components and structures were very unique. If this array was seen by those old things, they would go crazy from excitement. Vivian wiped her sweat and said with a face filled with amazement, "This is the most complex source energy array I have ever seen, but what use does it have?" "Don't be anxious," Chu Tian said to Meng Yingying on the side. "Yingying, help me turn on the energy pillars." "All right." Meng Yingying deftly activated the switch on the magic energy battery. The 4 energy pillars simultaneously released a powerful energy. After the complex spatial array was activated, it instantly transformed into an incredible amount of energy. The violent energy wave interfered with the spatial fluctuations. When the spatial distortion became more and more intense, it actually formed a black hole-like hole. This is, Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying couldn't feel it, but Vivian could clearly feel it. This black hole is a stable space, similar to the storage space in storage equipment. God, it's too big, it's at least 10 feet wide. What did you say? Meng Qingwu's eyes almost popped out. This is a storage space. Vivian's face filled with excitement as she nodded. That's right, I understand. This source energy array's use is to create a stable space. I have never seen such a mysterious source energy array before. It can actually create a stable space. Once this space is formed, it is no different from a storage equipment. How expensive was a storage equipment? It could simply be considered priceless. There weren't many storage equipment in all of southern Xia. The reason why storage equipment was so precious was because storage equipment was made from spatial materials that contained spatial energy. This kind of material couldn't be found in many places on the continent. Now that Chu Tian had easily created a space that was so big, it was hard to imagine. Chu Tian said with a nod, "This is a space-forming array. It is used to create a small space. The more energy it provides, the larger the space. We can use this technology to create a space warehouse. But compared to storage equipment, the space warehouse's flexibility is far inferior. This technology has a lot of prospects." Chu Tian gave a simple introduction. I'll give you an example. We can easily transport items to any corner of the continent through the space. This also means that if we store things here, we can open a space on the other side of the continent and take them out. This was more than just prospect. If Chu Tian's communication technology could allow the continent to exchange information, then this spatial technology could perfectly allow the exchange of materials, allowing products from all over the world to flow quickly. Not only did it contain a large business opportunity, it would also lead to an irresistible revolution. I have a complete theoretical foundation, but the technology isn't stable enough. Chu Tian looked at little Princess Vivian. I need your talent and ability to perfect this great technology with me. This spatial research room is for this purpose. Are you willing to accept this job? Vivian was at a loss for words. She had only joined Miracle Commerce for a day. Giving her this kind of important technology, this showed how much importance he placed on Vivian. Vivian could clearly feel that this was a chance to change the continent. Chapter 348. I will definitely complete this task. Vivian straightened her back and her face turned red as she loudly shouted out like she was making a vow. Meng Qingwu's heart calmed down. Vivian had already completely immersed herself in her role. Chu Tian was prepared to train Vivian into Miracle Commerce's first spatial engineer. Because Meng Yingying could duplicate source spirits, she also had spatial abilities. Only because she wasn't strong enough, she couldn't participate in spatial operations and could only provide some basic support. Meng Qingwu was responsible for coordinating the resources and building a complete space warehouse in the shortest amount of time. How could Vivian not be excited? She had traveled tens of thousands of miles to come to southern Xia and even disregarded the danger of being punished by her clansmen, but now it seemed like it was all worth it. She was like a lost traveler who had suddenly found her goal. Vivian vowed that she would not disappoint Chu Tian's expectations. The elves did not have much interest in leaving their names in history, but they could not reject something that would benefit their descendants. Once this space warehouse was completed, the clansmen would be shocked. At that time, I will build a space warehouse in my tribe and let the elves experience the benefits of a space warehouse. At that time, who would dare to gossip about us? After all, to the elves, a space warehouse was simply a dream come true. The elves did not like coming into contact with the outside world and longed to change their quality of life. This was something that was hard to achieve in the past. But now it was different. The elves did not need to deal with other races. As long as they had a space warehouse and communication device, if they wanted to buy materials or daily necessities in the future, they just needed to make a call and place enough source stones in the space warehouse to receive the goods from the other side. How convenient. How beautiful. Not only would it not destroy the peaceful life the elves yearned for, it would also allow the elves to sell their specialties, and it would allow the rich resources of the outside world to flow into the elves, making the elves richer, stronger, and richer in life. Even the most old-fashioned elves would not reject this kind of good thing. If Vivian could help the elves become the first to benefit from the spatial technology, she would become one of the greatest heroes in the history of the elves. The pioneers were always the biggest beneficiaries. The elves dared to be the first to become rich and powerful before the other forces and kingdoms could react. Vivian did not want to go home anymore. Now, even if her father came, she would not leave. Vivian looked at Chu Tian as if she was looking at a god. I didn't expect you to even be able to create space. Is there anything in this world that you can't do? Although I don't deny that I'm strong, this source energy array isn't creating a space, it's just borrowing space. Chu Tian gave a laugh. Although the little elf's worship was very useful, Chu Tian still needed to spread the knowledge of spatial technology. I do have a way to create a space, but with the power of a third-level source energy array, it is far from reaching the goal of creating a space. I can only borrow the existing space. Borrow? What do you mean borrow? The space domain is incomparably profound. If you want to master it, it will not be something that can be mastered overnight. However, since I have the time, I will tell you a little about it. Chu Tian pointed at the source energy array on the ground and said, this source energy array looks like it's creating a storage space on the surface, but it's not creating space at all. It's just capturing a subspace, and this subspace already existed. Chu Tian explained the basic understanding of space to the three of them. Originally, this world was like a giant bubble. When the great ancient world collapsed, the large bubble turned into countless small bubbles, and these small bubbles separated to form different planes. Each independent small bubble had countless smaller bubbles attached to it. There were very few small bubbles that could mature into a spatial structure. After these mature spaces were captured, they could be used to create various secret realms. However, most of the small bubbles, because they were very small, they could not fully develop the spatial laws, so they could not be used to store life energy as a subspace. The space warehouse was a technology that used subspace. This source energy array captured and stabilized the subspace, opening a passage to the subspace and using it to store things. So it's like this. The three of them were enlightened. Although it was only the most basic knowledge of space, it was still too advanced for the three of them. It was like they had touched a whole new world. Because the subspace itself exists, even if we close the source energy array, the things we store will not disappear. We can just open it when we need to take something out. Meng Qingwu gave a heartfelt sigh. This truly is a safe and perfect technology. Meng Qingwu had just found out that maintaining this subspace required a large amount of energy. The 4 energy pillars had been consumed by half in just a while. Although the cost of energy was low in this era, it couldn't be used like this. If the space warehouse collapsed when the energy disappeared, it would be too unsafe. If it was attacked or malfunctioned, wouldn't the things inside the space warehouse be lost? After understanding the theory, Meng Qingwu was completely relieved. Once this spatial technology was successfully developed, it would have a very wide range of uses. Chu Tian said, this technology is very attractive, but there are still many problems that need to be solved. Meng Yingying was puzzled. I think it's perfect, why can't we use it immediately? There are 2 problems that need to be solved. Chu Tian explained, first, there are hundreds of millions of subspaces floating in this world and they are all different in size. If we use this formation to directly summon them, then it will be full of uncertainty. This time, we will capture this space and the next time, we will capture another space. If we can't accurately identify the space, then this technique is meaningless. So it's like this. Then what about the second problem? The second problem is for the future. We need to avoid illegal summons, for example, our space warehouse being stolen by others. Although it is hard to do with technology and probability, we have to prepare ahead of time. Chu Tian had decided to develop spatial technology, so he had to do his best to make it perfect. This was because spatial technology couldn't compare to the previous technology. The previous technology could only be considered low-end technology, they could all be replaced by higher-level technology. Only spatial technology was high-end technology that couldn't be replaced. Spatial technology had limitless possibilities and he had planned on personally using it. However, spatial technology was at the 3rd level and Chu Tian still needed some time to break through to the true spirit realm. Adding in the importance of the elves in Miracle Commerce's plan, Chu Tian decided to give some low-end spatial technology to Vivian. This would be an important chip to win over the elves in the future. Vivian's cultivation wasn't weak, she had innate spatial energy, was the elven princess, and was a simple person. She also matched the goals of Miracle Commerce, so she met all the requirement. Chu Tian said to Vivian, if you want to become a qualified spatial engineer, you must learn how to find subspaces, mark subspaces, and modify subspaces. From today onwards, I will start from zero and only teach you the basics of spatial technology. Miracle Commerce's first space warehouse will be given to you. Vivian's face turned completely red. She felt like her blood was boiling. The continent's first spatial engineer. I'm going to become the continent's first spatial engineer. Vivian almost couldn't suppress her ecstasy and excitement, wanting to shout out. Calm down, I have to calm down. I am now an important person of Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian definitely wouldn't want to give this important technology to an immature person. Chu Tian looked at the little elf who was about to suffer internal injuries and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, I'll continue talking about the basics of spatial technology. Learn as much as you can, and if you don't understand anything, you can find the young miss. Her source spirit is special and her learning ability is 100 times faster than yours. If you don't understand, she will definitely understand. He didn't even finish speaking. A griffin knight suddenly rushed over to the Yun sect. Greetings to the country guarding ruler, Cloud Dream Marquis. Urgent military report. His Majesty is asking the two of you to quickly head over. Meng Qingwu was a bit stunned. What is going on? The Griffin Knight had a serious expression. The Warhound's fleet has been detected. I'm afraid the decisive battle is about to begin. They really know how to pick the right time. Chu Tian gloomily shook his head and said to the little elf with an apologetic look, I'm sorry, I'll be busy for the next few days, so I'll have to slow down the teaching matter. Vivian's eyes were about to spit out flames. Damn. 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 These disgusting and dirty spirit beasts, they could have come at any time, but they had to come at this princess's most important moment to cause trouble. Angering me to death, I must exterminate them all. Meng Qingwu looked at the angry little elf and her heart slightly skipped a beat. She tried to persuade her, Southern Xia is about to go to war with the Warhound's kingdom. This battle will be very dangerous and Central State will become the battlefield. You are an outsider and shouldn't get involved. Why don't you leave for a few days and come back after this matter is over? How can I do that? I've already joined Miracle Commerce. Vivian was most worried that the spirit beasts would cause trouble for Miracle Commerce. When she saw that Meng Qingwu was about to speak, she quickly cut her off and said, Don't say any more, I must go with you to fight the spirit beasts. Actually I, Vivian, have always hated the spirit beasts and can't wait to eliminate them all. Vivian strongly expressed that she wanted to participate in the battle. Chu Tian naturally couldn't ask for more. As for whether he would feel guilty, don't joke around. Did Chu Tian really think that the elves were a group of good people? The elves were kind by nature, but this kind of kindness was only towards their own kind. The elves had been able to reproduce on the continent for so many years, surviving the slaughter of countless other races and walking towards glory. Just this point alone showed that they were not easy to deal with. There were many races that had been exterminated because of the elves. When the elves dealt with their enemies, they would not be any kinder than humans. Chapter 349. It was reasonable for Vivian to hate the spirit beasts. The spirit beasts and the elves could be considered mortal enemies. The elves had been the rulers of the continent for a long time, but the elves had a slow population growth and they did not have a strong heart, so they were chased by the aggressive spirit beasts. The two clans had a fierce battle. The elves had the absolute advantage at first, suppressing the spirit beasts and almost exterminating the spirit beasts. Only, the spirit beasts were cheap, but they had a strong reproductive ability and a fast metabolism. Every time they were defeated, they would recover in just a few decades. The two clans fought for thousands of years and the elves' population became smaller and smaller. They were suppressed and the situation became worse and worse. Finally, in a decisive battle, the spirit beasts defeated the elves, causing the elves who once ruled the continent to fall from their divine altar. When the spirit beasts thought that they could replace the elves, another race suddenly joined the race's competition. This race was the human race. The humans' reproductive ability was only inferior to the spirit beasts. They were more intelligent, civilized, cunning, and fickle. The spirit beasts and humans had been evenly matched in the past few years, so there was no clear winner. The previous overlord, the elves, although they were a peak power, in the long run, the elves no longer had the power or ability to rule the continent. How many elves had the spirit beasts killed? It was because of their history that the elves hated the spirit beasts. Vivian was familiar with this since she was young, and adding in the fact that the spirit beasts in the Forest of Chaos would steal and steal, in Vivian's eyes, the spirit beasts were the embodiment of evil. They were the pests of the continent, lowly and cruel creatures that should be exterminated. Although the elves did not have any good feelings towards the humans because there were always greedy human traffickers that came to kidnap elven girls, compared to the spirit beasts, the humans were considered good citizens. Central State's temporary king's residence. The miracle commerce people had all arrived. Princess Vivian was wearing a flower crown, and her clothes were made of leaves. She was barefooted, and her strange attire was very eye-catching among the humans. Dongfang Qian naturally noticed this as well. His eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't ask any questions. The war hounds have already set off, our army must prepare a countermeasure. Southern Summer King, you can be assured. Meng Qingwu said in a confident voice, our army has over 100,000 source energy weapons, 10,000 source energy bombs, and 4 source energy cannons. As long as we equip them with the Central State Fleet and intercept them on the water, it's hard to say who will win. The Cloud Dream Marquis words are wrong. The war hounds have reached 600,000 soldiers and they have come out in full force, clearly showing their intent to fight. Our Northern Legion has 300,000 soldiers, and all of them are made up of ground cavalry. If they are converted to naval forces, their combat power will be greatly reduced. The Central State Army of 100,000 was not the main force of the Southern Summer Country, so their battle strength could be ignored. When the two armies confront each other, our side is obviously the weaker side. There is no advantage in not fighting. That was true. In terms of military strength, Southern Shia was not their match. The war hounds were not good at fighting on the water, but wasn't Southern Shia not? A valiant cavalry unit had been turned into a navy. They had nowhere to display their martial prowess. They were like a wolf with its claws and teeth pulled out. Not to mention the Central State Army. They weren't the main force in the first place, so they couldn't even be on the stage. When the two armies fought, they would collapse as soon as they came into contact. The other qualified commander of the army would definitely analyze the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Dongfang Gan looked at the map of the 6 southern counties on the wall. If I was the Fang King, I would not fight on the water and would use any method to land. I would use the land that I'm more proficient in to destroy the Southern Summer Army. If my guesses aren't wrong, the Warhounds' fleet will split up midway and use different routes to approach the Central State Army. They will land on land and decide the outcome of the battle. Everyone's expressions changed. If it was like this, it would be hard to handle. They did not know how the Warhounds' fleet would change, and the Central State Army did not have the advantage in numbers, so it was impossible to surround them. A general stood up and said, "We will quickly send out troops and try to break them one by one. It's not that easy. The 4 states lake is very large and the routes can change at any time. How can we block 600,000 scattered enemies?" Dongfang Gan said this 4 states lake's main force attacking Central State could be a pretense. I've studied the Fang King's tactics. This person likes to make risky moves, so there's an 80 to 90% chance he will lead his air force to cross the northern mountains. While we are fighting the war hounds at the 4 states lake, he will launch a surprise attack on Central State City and stab us in the heart. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. These southern summer generals had followed Dongfang Gan for many years. Dongfang Gan's perception was very strong. He could accurately predict the enemy's actions every time. This was also the reason why he was undefeatable. Everyone thought about the previous 2 battles and the Fang King's arrangements were very likely. But if it was like this, how could Southern Shia resist? Southern Shia was too weak. Whether it was the air force or the ground force, they would find it hard to resist. Chu Tian broke out in laughter. Dongfang Gan was waiting for him to speak, and seeing him finally speak, he immediately asked, "Why is the country guarding ruler laughing? Did the Southern Summer King really forget, or did he deliberately not mention it? Our air force cannot compare to the other side, but we have an underwater force that the warhounds definitely do not have. The Four States Lake battlefield is southern Shia's territory. If you give me 100,000 troops and equip them with Miracle Commerce's weapons, I can guarantee that the 600,000 warhounds will not be able to land. The other 300,000 will be left to defend Central State City. I don't believe that the warhounds can break through Central State. 100,000 people? Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. This boast was way too big. Chu Tian was filled with confidence. I never boast, I can do what I say. 100,000 people is enough. Do you not believe me? Dongfang thought about it for 2 seconds. I'll give you 200,000 people. Don't be greedy and try to delay the enemy's formation. Central State City has 200,000 people, it's enough to guarantee their safety. Dongfang said, I'll give the Griffin Knights to you to protect the Central State Fleet. There's no need to worry about Central State City. Damn, this fellow still did not believe me. Even if you don't believe me, I don't believe you. Chu Tian said, in order to guarantee Central State safety, I will leave some Miracle Commerce people to defend. Nangong, Yingying, Vivian, you will stay in Central State to help the Southern Summer King. Nangong Yun, Meng Yingying. What use could these two girls have? Dongfang eyes fell onto Vivian. He noticed Chu Tian's words. Miracle Commerce people? When Chu Tian said this, the elf did not show any displeasure and instead had a calm expression. What happened? Could it be that Chu Tian managed to rope in this elf this quickly? What kind of background did this elf have? Directly roping her in like this shouldn't be a problem, right? No matter what, this was a special time. This elf was very strong and would have quite a bit of use. Dongfang directly sent out the royal proclamation, Central State Shenfenghu, Chu Tian, and Meng Qingwu will lead the Central State Fleet to the Four States Lake and welcome the mighty Warhounds army. 300 large warships were already waiting for orders. 200,000 southern Xia soldiers gathered at the port. The Southern Summer King, Dongfang, personally came out to send the army off. Dongfang style was different from Dongfang Hao's. Dongfang did not like to play tricks. After simply motivating the soldiers, he immediately began to coordinate the transportation of supplies. The 100,000 storm cavalry left their horses and turned into the navy. The Southern Summer King understood the army very well. Most of the 100,000 soldiers were good at archery and archers were a very important part of the fleet. Of the 200,000 soldiers, a third of them were equipped with source energy firearms. Even if they weren't equipped with source energy firearms, most of them were equipped with heavy crossbows. Hong, dong, dong. There was a series of deep rolling sounds. The newly produced source energy crossbow cannons from Miracle Commerce were being installed on the warships. These source energy crossbow cannons were modified from traditional crossbows and the crossbow bolts they shot were very destructive high explosive bolts. There was a total of over 100 of them. They had a range of several thousand meters. There were over 3,000 heavy explosive crossbow bolts. This weapon would become one of the most destructive weapons in a warship battle. Not only could it cause large amounts of damage to the enemy, it could also destroy the Warhound's ships. Other than the source energy crossbow cannons, Miracle Commerce also made several strange launchers. These launchers were used to launch bombs and compared to the simple projectile weapons from before, these special launchers were more accurate. The shells they used were also specially made, so they had a very terrifying destructive might. Finally, there were 2 shining source energy cannons that were fixed on Chu Tian's flagship. These 2 source energy cannons were the strongest weapons Miracle Commerce had ever produced. Even with many factories operating at the same time, they had only made 4 cannons. 2 were left in Central State and 2 were brought out. These were true killing weapons. Everything is ready. Let's set sail. When the horn sounded, the Central State Fleet carried the hopes of countless southern Xia citizens and slowly sailed out of the Central State Port towards the Four States Lake. Chu Tian crossed his legs as he sat on the deck to enjoy the wind. I never thought that father would lead an army into battle. Young miss, are you nervous? Meng Qingwu looked over at him. What are you nervous about? It was so dangerous last time, but we still survived. This time we're fully prepared. I don't believe they can play any tricks. Hey, it's best if you're not nervous. Chu Tian stood up and his eyes sparkled. Damn, it's time for us to take our revenge. Have you notified Boss Yu's side? Relax, I've already used the communication device to contact the giant shark gang's headquarters. Boss Yu has already organized a vanguard and is heading towards the warhounds ahead of us. Chu Tian nodded in satisfaction. He hoped that they would do a good job, saving quite a bit of effort for Chu Tian. No matter how careful the Fang King was, he could not understand Central State's strength in this short amount of time. The giant shark gang was a large problem that they didn't expect. Chapter 350. 3,000 giant shark gang elites were standing on the small island with bare arms. Each gang member was carrying a large backpack and there was a round object in the backpack that was the size of a wash basin. This was the underwater bomb that Miracle Commerce had carefully developed. The 5 leaders stood in front with serious expressions and their hands behind their backs. Boss Yu stood in the center with a fishbone cane, looking over everyone with a deep and sharp gaze. Ever since my giant shark gang has joined hands with Miracle Commerce, we have grown by leaps and bounds in just a short 2 months. We have obtained large amounts of resources and our gang members have quickly increased in strength, becoming the #1 gang in Southern Xia. Now that Southern Xia is in danger and Miracle Commerce has been implicated, it is time for us to play our role. Everyone loudly shouted, prepare to serve at any time. Working with Miracle Commerce in this period of time, everyone had benefited greatly. Everyone could feel the shocking potential of Miracle Commerce and as long as they followed Miracle Commerce, everyone could obtain an unimaginable future. One's loss, one's glory, one's glory. Southern Xia was a matter of life and death. Once Southern Xia fell, how would Miracle Commerce survive? Once Miracle Commerce fell, how would the giant shark gang survive? The war hounds were their common enemy. Everyone had the same thoughts and the same logic. This battle was unavoidable and they could only give it their all. Gang leader, the warhounds' army is within 200 miles. All right, let's go. The 5 leaders personally led the 3,000 elites into the water. The 3,000 people were like incomparably agile fish, diving several hundred meters into the water. The giant shark gang had already explored the 4 states' lake's underwater environment and the surrounding water area was specially chosen by the giant shark gang for the warhounds. This was the deep water area, being several hundred meters deep. Secondly, the underwater terrain was complex with dense reefs, suitable for cover. Even if the warhounds experts opened their mind's eye, they would not be able to find the giant shark gang in the water. The giant shark gang were all cultivators with special bloodlines, otherwise even a true spirit cultivator would not be able to hide in the water for several hours. All of their actions were carried out in the deep water, ensuring that nothing would go wrong. Night slowly fell. The 4 states' lake was calm and peaceful. The 3,000 giant shark gang elites passed through the depths of the lake and finally arrived at the warhounds' fleet. At this time, the warhounds were only halfway through their journey, but the fleet had not split up and was still in a concentrated state. Southern Xia knew of the warhounds' situation and the warhounds knew of Southern Xia's situation. Now that Southern Xia's fleet had just left, the 2 sides could not come in contact. Separating too early would reveal their intentions and routes. When Boss Yu looked up from the bottom of the lake, he saw that in the quiet and dark lake, there were hundreds and thousands of black shadows moving. The number was so huge that it was shocking. Do it. Boss Yu gestured. The giant shark gang members all floated up and began to split up. They slowly went under the bed and took out a large round-shaped bomb from their backpacks. There was a nail on the top of the bomb that could easily cut through the bottom of the ship. Moreover, it was secured by a hook. Large ships that were more than 100 meters in length were equipped with at least 4 bombs, while the smaller ones were equipped with 2 bombs. The medium-sized ships were equipped with 1 bomb in the center. As for the smaller ships, if there were any left over, they were equipped with as many bombs as possible. In less than an hour, the giant shark gang had already completed their mission. They activated the bomb's explosion function and quickly left the area without anyone knowing. The warhounds' army was still valiantly charging forward, not knowing that a seed of destruction had already been planted under their feet. Before dawn, the warhounds' strong and fierce fleet passed through the mist that covered the lake, advancing in the direction of Central State. The Fang King's fierce flag fluttered above the sails. The hundreds and thousands of ships were like a large group of terrifying beasts. The war hounds had 3 times the number of ships compared to Chu Tian. There were less than a quarter of the ships, and most of them came from Furnace State because over half of the ships from Kang State and the Imperial region had been burned by the calm martial ruler. What if there weren't enough ships? Of course they had to steal them. Because of this, the war hounds' fleet was very messy. There were many merchant ships, mercenary ships, and even large fishing boats. Although there were many ships, it was hard to carry an army of this size. Because of this, most of the ships were filled with people. This could be seen from the water line. Wang Tianlong and Nangong Ling were fully armed as they stood on the deck. A warhound's chief with 2 blades on his back and his body covered in black bandages was coldly standing beside the 2 of them. He said in a low and deep voice, "Our army is already halfway and the Southern Xia army has already set sail. It is time to carry out the Fang King's strategy." This warhound's chief was a true spirit expert. He was the only true spirit expert in the fleet. Wang Tianlong and Nangong Ling were just puppets. Although they were in charge of giving orders, they were all under the Fang King's orders. This true spirit realm warhound's chief was in charge of monitoring the 2 of them. If the 2 of them made any small movements, the warhound's chief could directly kill them. The 2 of them were very unhappy, but what could they do? The southern summer country had no choice but to lower their heads to the war hound. "Immediately pass down my order," Wang Tianlong ordered the fleet. "The 5 armies will split up and advance at full speed to land." When Wang Tianlong's order was given, Hong, the leftmost warship of the war hounds, exploded with a shocking flame. In an instant, several explosions occurred. The extremely ferocious energy was like a volcanic eruption. A ferocious pillar of fire pierced through the bottom of the warship, blasting a large hole in the warship. Following that, the entire warship was torn in half. That fiery light shot up over 20 meters high and countless beast spirits were thrown out like raindrops. Large amounts of debris were scattered all around, stirring up huge waves that flipped several of the small merchant ships on the side upside down. Wang Tianlong and the others were shocked. Enemy attack, enemy attack. No one could have imagined that they would encounter an enemy attack this quickly, but they couldn't find a single shadow. Where was the enemy? This explosion was just the beginning. Hong, 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 hong. The surface of the 4 states lake released an unbelievable explosion as countless flames soared into the sky. The entire warhound's fleet was blown to pieces and most of the warships were destroyed by the explosion. Several 100,000 warhound soldiers fell into the water and the terrifying high temperature evaporated the water, instantly turning it into a large amount of mist that rose into the air, completely covering the area. The entire lake was filled with waves and the lake water seemed like it was boiling. The surface of the lake, which had been calm just a moment ago, abruptly exploded into a shocking tsunami. There was an entire 1,000 to 2,000 explosions and each bomb was carefully made by Miracle Commerce. When the large amount of refined crystal oil was detonated, it created an extremely high temperature and shockwave. The warhound spirit beasts were not prepared at all, and with such a fierce bombardment, it was hard to imagine the casualties caused. At least 100,000 warhound spirit beasts were killed in the explosions. The entire warhound's fleet instantly collapsed. When Wang Tianlong fell into the water, he felt that the surrounding lake water was boiling violently. In such a short period of time, such a high intensity of energy had been released. The entire lake was boiling, and a large amount of water vapor soared into the sky, covering an area of dozens of kilometers. Countless spirit beasts miserably cried out as they struggled in the boiling water. Large amounts of corpses were cooked rotten, releasing a nauseating smell. They couldn't see anything and the fleet had completely collapsed. All orders were useless. What is going on here? Why did the warships all explode? Wang Tianlong could not believe what was happening in front of him no matter what. The majestic army that swept through the world had turned into drowned chickens in an instant. The warships were all destroyed and the Southern Xia army was nowhere to be seen. How could Wang Tianlong not go crazy with rage? The warhounds never thought that they would be attacked by miracle commerce ahead of time because they had been observing the situation in the central state port and Chu Tian had sent the Giant Shark Gang's elites. The Giant Shark Gang's headquarters was in the center of the Four States Lake, so the Giant Shark Gang directly attacked from their headquarters. Naturally, they would have an unexpected effect. When the warhounds' fleet suffered a serious setback, Chu Tian saw the flames in the distance and revealed a satisfied smile. Have the fleet set up an iron lock formation. The 200 ships were divided into 2 rows. The first row was placed horizontally with a wide deck filled with archers holding bows and guns, all aiming forward. There were a few ships that had crossbow cannons and launchers. The second row of ships was in a charge formation, standing vertically between the ships in front. It seemed like as long as the order was given, these ships would immediately charge forward. Quong, dang, dang. At this time, incomparably thick fine iron chains connected the ships together, making them as stable as Mount Tai and as firm as a rock. Chu Tian was sitting on the flagship, leisurely waiting for something. Shen Fenghu landed in front of him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Why did you give the order to stop advancing? Other than that, this iron lock formation can stabilize the fleet, but it greatly restricts the fleet's flexibility. Once the enemy launches a sneak attack, we won't be able to react in time. What's the rush?" "This." Chu Tian pointed at the misty lake and said, "Look." When Shen Fenghu looked into the distance, his eyes suddenly froze. "What is this?" On the calm Four States Lake, there was a blue line that suddenly appeared. It looked like a mountain range, but the strange thing was, why was there a mountain on the Four States Lake? Just when Shen Fenghu was confused, suddenly, a warm and humid wind blew, accompanied by a light drizzle. Even the rainwater was warm. The blue outline was getting closer and closer. Shen Fenghu's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of mountain range was this? This was clearly a tsunami that was over 100 meters tall. Be careful. The water covered the sky and earth as it swept over. Fortunately, Chu Tian had connected the ships in advance and anchored them. Although this huge tsunami was very fierce, it did not cause too much damage to the ships of southern Xia. Meng Qingwu and Chen Bingyu were both soaked. These two beauties with the best figures in miracle commerce were wet in front of Chu Tian. Their voluptuous bodies were naturally revealed, giving Chu Tian a feast for his eyes. Meng Qingwu looked at everything that was happening in front of her in shock and muttered to herself, "This is too exaggerated." Chapter 351. The Four States Lake was filled with waves, just like a storm. If southern Xia hadn't made preparations, they would have suffered losses facing this kind of attack. They could feel this wave from this far away. Then what was the scene of the warhound's army in the center of the explosion? Chu Tian gave a few loud laughs. All right, immediately pull out the anchor. The formation doesn't change, just line up and move forward at full speed. There is a pot of drowned chickens waiting for us to clean up. Everyone charge forward and surround them." When Chu Tian's orders were sent out, southern Xia's fleet immediately moved. Several hundred warships lined up and surrounded the warhounds. After around half a day, there were large amounts of debris on the lake. Broken masts, broken decks, broken flags. Large amounts of warhounds' corpses filled the water. There were still many warhound soldiers that were still alive that were gathering together, trying to find a way to escape by floating objects. Hey, can you hear me?" Chu Tian took a large loudspeaker from Meng Qingwu's hands and his voice spread across the lake, naturally reaching the other side's ears. "I am the Central State Rescue Team's Captain Chu Tian. I heard that there was a large disaster here, so I came all the way here. I never thought that this disaster would be this serious, but you don't need to worry, I'll help you end your pain. Prepare the ballistae and bows." The warhound soldiers were so angry that their noses almost went crooked. "This damn fellow, he actually used this kind of despicable method. Damn, I knew it was you who did it." Wang Tianlong was in a very sorry state as he stood on a half-turned warship with several hundred warhound soldiers gathered around him. This will completely anger the Fang King and the Eagle Burial Empire. "No one can save you now, just wait for our revenge." Chu Tian observed them. Wang Tianlong and Nangong Ling, these two traitors were injured, but they were still alive. Their luck really isn't bad. The two of them had a good understanding of southern Xia, so it was natural for the Fang King to give them command. Other than that, Chu Tian also found a true spirit realm warhounds expert, but it was only one, so there was nothing to worry about. After all, the warhounds' army was already like this, how could they still resist? The Fang King was not here. Dongfang Gan's guess was correct. The Fang King launched 2 attacks at the same time. The warhounds used water to transport their troops and they used spatial techniques to sneak attack the main city. It was a good plan. Southern Xia's army was very weak. Even if they could stop the warhounds' fleet, they wouldn't have the strength to defend the main city. If they could defend the main city, they wouldn't be able to stop this army of 600,000 people. The fall of Central State City was almost certain, it was only a matter of time. However, was it really that easy? Chu Tian had just casually tripped the warhounds and the 600,000 warhounds army was stunned. What could they do now? Chu Tian was just getting started. Chu Tian held the megaphone and continued to shout, "Everyone, please prepare yourselves, there will be some bumps later." The warhounds soldiers all opened their eyes wide in shock. What else did this guy want? Chu Tian snapped his fingers. Several silhouettes appeared in the clouds which turned out to be several giant airship. Each airship was escorted by a small group of Griffin Knights. When the airships appeared, large amounts of heavy bombs fell like rain, constantly falling onto the warhounds' fleet. Wave after wave of explosions filled the 4 states lake. After the powerful bombs exploded in the water, the terrifying pressure created was enough to shatter a person's internal organs. With this kind of wild bombardment, the casualties the warhounds suffered was unimaginable. Damn! Shoot them down for me. A group of vulture cavalry moved out. The Fang King was worried that the fleet would suffer a loss on the water, so he left a group of vultures to protect the warships. Who would have thought that before the vulture cavalry could even get close to the airships, the Griffin Knights would charge forward with their source energy submachine guns. In that instant, large amounts of light bullets fell onto the vulture cavalry. The fierce firepower stopped the vulture cavalry without any suspense. Wang Tianlong was filled with rage and the warhounds' chief was also filled with rage. They immediately gave the order, charge forward at all costs and take their warship. The warhounds were worthy of being an incomparably fierce spirit beast race. Even in this kind of situation, they still resisted and swam through the water, attempting to take southern Xia's warships. This is just the appetizer. Chu Tian raised the sound of the loudspeaker to the max and loudly shouted, "Now, it's time for the main course." More than 100 high explosive crossbow bolts shot out, shooting straight into the lake. The entire surface of the lake was instantly covered in high temperature and flames. The fire dragon and water dragon danced together, the violent shockwave shattering the organs of the beast spirits. This wave of fierce attack was like throwing a bomb into the water filled with fish, instantly killing and injuring a large number of fish. Activate the launcher. The Miracle Commerce staff opened a rectangular box. This launcher was actually a honeycomb-shaped launcher. When the Miracle Commerce staff activated the launch button, waves after waves of bombs shot into the sky. They were very dense as they fell onto the water, instantly creating a chain of explosions. Too terrifying. How was this a war? This was simply a one-sided slaughter. The 3 waves of attacks were very short, not giving the warhounds any time to react. Several tens of thousands of warhound soldiers died and almost all the warhound soldiers were heavily injured. But, the warhound soldiers were also very fierce. Although they fell into the water, they wildly swam forward, charging forward without a care for their lives. They used their spirit energy to block the attacks, not caring about the cost to steal the ships. The warhounds were much stronger than the southern summer country. There were many peak-awakened soul cultivators among these warhound soldiers. This was a very dangerous fight for these trapped beasts, so they could not be careless. They were getting closer and closer. Fire! The southern Xia archers began to attack. Light bullets and arrows continued to fall into the water, slaughtering the spirit beasts in the water. The warhounds were already in a sorry state. How could they withstand this kind of fierce and concentrated attack? The number of casualties kept increasing and the blood of the warhounds turned the surface of the lake murky. At this time, roar! A warhounds expert jumped out of the water. It was the true spirit realm chief accompanying the army. He was holding a long blade in each hand as he slashed out at the warship in front of him. When that resplendent blade light slashed out, the surface of the lake was split apart. It was separated by over 100 meters as it slammed into the warship. Hong! The immense power stirred up the entire fleet. The entire warship was split into 3 pieces. Everyone's expressions changed. This warship was several dozen meters long and it was even larger than a tall building. The warship itself was incomparably sturdy, but there was actually a person that could split it apart. This kind of strength was enough to shock people, truly worthy of being a warhounds expert. Kill. The warhounds warriors do not fear death. The warhounds chief roared out in a hysterical voice, "Fight it out with them." The warhounds suffered heavy casualties, but the more desperate the situation was, the fiercer the spirit beasts would be. One warhounds expert after another circulated their spirit energy to jump out of the water. They stepped on the debris floating on the surface of the lake, running like they were riding on the waves. They were like a group of water spiders as they approached the southern Shia warships. An injured beast was the most dangerous. These people were already prepared to perish together with the southern Shia people. Over half of the 600,000 warhound soldiers had been eaten by the fish. Even if the remaining warhounds attacked with all their strength, the threat could not be underestimated. "Young miss, activate the source energy cannon." Meng Qingwu had already been waiting for the order, so she immediately activated the source energy cannon on the flagship. This source energy cannon was made of a precious third-level metal, being a dark silver color. The smooth surface was covered in runes and the structure was very precise, just like a work of art. "Big Sister Bing, give me the cannon shell." Chen Bingyu threw a cannon shell that was thicker than an arm over. Chu Tian placed the entire source energy cannon shell into the cannon and the patterns on the surface of the cannon began to glow. An incomparably strong energy condensed in the cannon and an incomparably dazzling light was released from the cannon's mouth. A true spirit expert was too fast. It was hard to lock onto the other side with the naked eye. The source energy cannon was very strong and Chu Tian only had one chance because once he failed, the other side would be alerted and be on guard. It would be much harder to succeed again, so he had to succeed on his first try. Mind's lamp, ignite. Chu Tian's divine sense locked onto the other side and he suddenly activated the source energy cannon. With a heaven-shattering sound, the empty cannon shell was ejected and a wave of white light shot out like a meteor. It tore through the sky and tore through the void, surpassing the speed of sound by several times as it instantly landed on the true spirit expert. Fast. Too fast. It was already too late for the warhound's chief to react. When the white light swept past him, half of his body disappeared. A respected true spirit expert. He had actually been killed by the other side's strange weapon. It was this clean, without the slightest bit of hesitation, it simply made people's heads stand on end. It wasn't just the warhounds that were stunned, even the southern Shia soldiers found this hard to believe. This kind of small kingdom did not have many true spirit experts and each true spirit expert was no different from a spiritual god in their eyes. This kind of incomparably strong existence actually died to a weapon that Chu Tian had made in less than half a month. Chen Bingyu handed over another cannonball. Chu Tian placed the energy cannonball into the cannon and did not give the warhounds any time to prepare. He immediately aimed the cannon at the lake and fired it again. The cannon released an intense flame and another large energy wave shot out. Dong! That terrifying temperature of several 100,000 degrees instantly evaporated a large part of the lake. The terrifying energy wave caused a second explosion and several hundred warhound soldiers lost their lives in the explosion. This time, even the fiercest soldier would collapse. In the eyes of the warhound soldiers, Chu Tian was not a person at all. He was a demon, a terrifying war demon, a cruel killing demon. Chapter 352. The general situation had been decided. The warhound's army was completely defeated. The first wave of explosions killed over 100,000 people and the following waves of explosions killed over 100 to 200,000 people. The large-scale shooting arrows and continuous explosions killed over 100,000 people. A super army of 600,000 people. How many of them were left? The war hounds were not afraid of death, but in this situation, they did not have any chance of winning at all. They did not even have a foothold. The unprecedented source energy cannons had completely destroyed the morale and confidence of the war hounds. They had lost. They had completely lost. It's about time. Chu Tian felt that there would not be any more changes. Release the chains and charge forward with all your strength. Don't take any prisoners, kill them all. Chu Tian's cold voice was like the shadow of a death god that shrouded the hearts of the war hounds. Was Chu Tian a bloodthirsty person? Of course not. But Chu Tian was not soft-hearted. The battle strength of these warhound soldiers was more than 2 streets above Southern Shia's main force. If they were allowed to live, they would only cause trouble for Southern Shia. If they killed all 600,000 people at once, the warhounds' planes would not be able to recover for 3-5 years and they would not be able to invade the south again. Stop killing with killing. They could only do this. After all, Chu Tian was a human. The Southern Shia warships released the chains and the warships began to move forward at the same time. Source energy bullets and powerful arrows filled the sky, harvesting the lives of the warhound soldiers. When a battle reached this point, even if they had several true spirit experts, it would be useless. The 600,000 warhounds' army was destined to be completely annihilated on the 4 states lake. We're retreating. Wang Tianlong knew that there was no hope for this battle. The large amounts of arrows and bullets wildly raining down made Wang Tianlong's heart turn cold. He could only pull Nangong Ling and retreat. The warhounds were backed by the Eagle Burial Kingdom, so even if they lost all their soldiers, as long as the Eagle Burial Kingdom was here, Southern Summer would not dare attack the Imperial region. Where there was life, there was hope. Chu Tian revealed a cold smile seeing this. Want to escape? How could it be that easy? Whether it was the front line of defense or the fall of Royal City, Wang Tianlong had played an important role. Chu Tian hated traitors the most in his life. Moreover, this fellow had brought him and Miracle Commerce so much trouble and harm. I'll leave Nangong Ling to you. Leave Wang Tianlong to me. Chu Tian, Shen Fenghu, and Chen Bingyu all jumped down from the warship at the same time. Chu Tian stepped on the floating planks of the water and shot forward like a meteor towards Wang Tianlong. He pulled out the netherworld sword from his back and the blade that was as smooth as a mirror was instantly ignited with flames. Flickering flame slash. A burning and resplendent sword light arrived in an instant. When Wang Tianlong felt the sharp sword chi coming straight at his back, he leaped forward, turned around in the air, and stabbed out with his spear. The instant the spearlight and the sword chi collided, the pressure caused the surrounding lake water to explode. Countless water droplets fell. The two of them landed on different floating objects, facing each other several meters apart. Wang Tianlong's face turned terrifying. He never thought that not only would Chu Tian return alive from Imperial City, he would also make such large progress. He was now a late-awakened soul cultivator. Chu Tian raised his sword and pointed it at him. What goes around comes around. Didn't you feel good chasing father around Wang Yu? Now it's time to pay the interest. With just you. Don't think that you can compete with me just because your cultivation base has increased a bit. Wang Tianlong raised the spear in his hand and the spirit energy around him began to ripple. You don't have those yin corpses by your side. Do you think you can still defeat me? Die. Wang Tianlong stabbed out with the spear in both hands. The lake water began to surge and formed 4-5 flood dragons that charged at Chu Tian at the same time. Flame demon transformation. As Chu Tian retreated, his body was suddenly covered in a layer of raging flames and he instantly turned into an incomparably tall demon. The powerful energy released from his body instantly evaporated the water dragons around him. A large burning sword slashed at Wang Tianlong. Before the sword even reached him, the fierce and cold sword chi actually froze the surrounding lake. When Chu Tian used the flame demon transformation before, he had to spend a long time accumulating netherworld ghost flames, but now he could instantly use it. It could be said that he had made a large progress. Wang Tianlong's talent was around the same as Chu Xinghe's. When Chu Tian's cultivation base was lower, he could use the flame demon transformation to defeat Chu Xinghe. If Wang Tianlong wanted to block it, it wouldn't be that easy. Flood Dragon Body Protection. Wang Tianlong's body was covered in mist as countless golden flood dragons quickly moved around him. Those golden figures moved back and forth, forming a golden cover around Wang Tianlong. Chu Tian's sword slashed at Wang Tianlong and the surrounding lake water evaporated, but Wang Tianlong's body wasn't injured at all. "You can't break my defense," Wang Tianlong roared as he stabbed out with his spear. The flame demon's body was pierced through. "Break for me." The flame demon's body was shattered by the violent strength. Meng Qingwu saw this scene from afar and she couldn't help covering her mouth. A peak ninth awakened soul layer cultivator was too strong. He could actually break Chu Tian's flame demon transformation. She knew that the essence of Chu Tian's flame demon transformation was to release the weapon spirit's power and fuse it with his body. Although the flame demon transformation could increase his strength by a large amount, once the flame demon transformation was released, Chu Tian's netherworld sword would be weakened for a period of time and he wouldn't even be able to use his normal strength. Wang Tianlong was not pleased for long. Because he found that the netherworld ghost flames that had exploded had all gathered onto Chu Tian's body under some kind of gravitational force. The several-meter-tall flame demon had turned into a 2-meter-tall flame demon. At this moment, Chu Tian, from head to toe, from his arms to his weapons, he was completely covered in a layer of netherworld ghost flames. Only this layer of flames did not scatter. It was like an armor was attached to Chu Tian's body. He looked like a life form carved out of blue and white crystal. Wang Tianlong's pupils shrank. "This is..." Chu Tian's low and deep voice came from the crystal-like life form. "This is a new move I've created, the second state of the flame demon transformation." The flame demon transformation was a secret technique Chu Tian had created based on the 9 demon and god transformation. It allowed Chu Tian to merge with the weapon spirit netherworld, increasing his strength by a large amount. When Chu Tian's cultivation base became a substitute, he had modified this secret technique and created this second state. The first state's specialty was becoming larger, increasing its destructive power and attack range. The second state's specialty was becoming smaller, decreasing its attack power, but increasing its flexibility and defense. Boring. No matter how many tricks you use, it's useless. Wang Tianlong thrust his spear at Chu Tian. "Go die." Chu Tian's figure swayed. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Chu Tian instantly disappeared, leaving behind a sonic boom in the air. The spear glow created a giant wave on the surface of the lake, but it did not even touch the hem of Chu Tian's clothes. Such a fast speed. Perhaps it had already surpassed the speed of sound. Wang Tianlong was shocked. This speed was not inferior to his, it was even a bit faster than Wang Tianlong's. But this was impossible. Chu Tian only had a cultivation in the 7th awakened soul layer. How could he be this fast? Su. A sword came slashing at his back. Wang Tianlong quickly raised his spear to stab back. Chu Tian quickly retreated, not having any intention of tangling with him. Wang Tianlong mainly cultivated a defensive cultivation technique, so he did not have a fast movement speed. Now that Chu Tian's speed was this fast, Wang Tianlong had no way of attacking him. Chu Tian could clearly see the flaw in Wang Tianlong's cultivation technique. Wang Tianlong's defensive cultivation technique was very strong, but once Wang Tianlong used this cultivation technique, only a true spirit realm expert could break through it. Even Chu Tian could not do this, at least not with a cultivation of the 7th to 8th awakened soul layer. However, this cultivation technique had a clear flaw, which was that it consumed too much energy. In other words, this defensive cultivation technique was very strong and it could be used to defend, making it hard for people to touch it. But to maintain this defense, it needed to burn a large amount of spirit energy. Chu Tian did not need to forcefully attack, he just needed to stall for time. When Wang Tianlong ran out of spirit energy, he could break him in one fell swoop. Wang Tianlong brandished his spear as he angrily attacked. But Chu Tian's speed was above his and Chu Tian's divine sense was also above his, so he could predict the enemy's movements, not letting Wang Tianlong touch a single hair on his body. Time ticked by. Chu Tian did not consume too much energy, but Wang Tianlong was already feeling like he couldn't hold on anymore. This defensive cultivation technique was different from the Starlight Immortal Body. Before the Starlight Immortal Body was attacked, it did not consume any energy, but Wang Qianlong's cultivation technique consumed a lot of energy. This was not a long-term defensive cultivation technique, but rather a life-saving technique. Damn! He couldn't keep fighting. The current battle situation was very disadvantageous to Wang Qianlong. If he kept fighting, even if he wasn't defeated by Chu Tian, he would still be surrounded by the Southern Summer King's army. "I'll take your dog head another day." Wang Qianlong angrily said this sentence and was about to escape. However, how could he lose it so easily? Not long after Wang Qianlong left, a large amount of dark red needles shot out of the water. They instantly pierced through Wang Qianlong's protective spirit energy and landed on his body. Wang Qianlong gave a pitiful cry. That strong defense instantly revealed a flaw. Good chance. Chu Tian's leg stepped out of the water, and with the speed of the Flame Demon Transformation's second layer, he released the Netherworld Raging Flame Slash, increasing his speed even further. That sword glow was like a sharp beam of light as it instantly slashed across Wang Qianlong's neck. Wang Qianlong's eyes opened wide. He felt like he was flying and the entire world was spinning around him. When he looked down, he saw a headless body that had been slashed by a bright sword glow. Am I dead? If he knew this would happen, he would not have chosen this path. This was the last thought that remained in Wang Qianlong's mind. Chu Tian had used a trivial 7th Awakened Soul Layer cultivation to kill a peak 9th Awakened Soul Layer cultivator. On the other side, Shen Fenghu and Chen Bingyu had worked together to kill Nangong Ling without any suspense. 2 traitors had been killed at the same time and the 600,000 Warhounds army had been completely wiped out. Southern Xia had been defeated twice, their million soldiers had been killed, their imperial city had been taken, the imperial region had fallen, the marshal had died, and the Southern Summer King had been killed. All of their humiliation had finally ended. Chapter 353. To the north of Central State City, there were high mountains and layers of rocks, covering over 1,000 miles. The terrain was very complex and it was filled with fierce beasts, so there was not a single safe path. Even the most experienced mercenaries would find it hard to pass through, not to mention the tens of thousands of troops on the ground. It was because there was a natural barrier separating Central State and the north that no one thought the Warhounds could attack from the north. On a mountain that was less than 100 miles from Central State, from the middle of the mountain to the peak, there was a dense amount of vultures. The black flag of the Warhounds fluttered in the wind and the sharp weapons of the tens of thousands of soldiers released a cold glow that could freeze a person's heart. The 4 Warhounds chiefs asked, "It's about time, let's begin." The Central State Army should already be fighting the Warhounds at the 4 States Lake. The Central State Army was busy chasing the Warhounds, so it was impossible for them to return. This was a good chance to launch a surprise attack on Central State, but for some unknown reason, the Fang King did not give the order and was thinking about something with a frown. What is the Fang King waiting for? As long as we take Central State, the Southern Summer Country will belong to the Warhounds and we will have 200 million slave. The Fang King looked in the direction of Central State City. Central State has already sent half of their troops to the 4 States Lake. This means that the other side's commander has already calculated our deployment. I'm afraid Central State City has already prepared for a surprise attack. So what if they calculated it? The other side is Dongfanggan. If it was that easy to plot against, how could he defend the Southern Summer Country for several decades? This person is hard to defeat with military tactics, so we can only use absolute strength. The Warhounds chiefs were not surprised and they didn't care at all. This is a good chance for us. They want to take care of both sides, but they will lose both sides. The Southern Xia army is weak, with 30,000 vultures carrying 40,000 elites. There will be a total of 70,000–80,000 people descending from the sky. The Warhounds have more than enough strength to fight 1 against 3. After we destroy the morale of Central State City, the army will come ashore and take over the city, pacifying the Southern Summer Country in one fell swoop. The confidence of the chiefs did not come from nowhere. The difference in strength between the Warhounds and the Southern Summer Country was too large. The Warhounds were fierce by nature, so even if they fought 1 against 3, the Warhounds warriors would have a high chance of winning. Not to mention the fact that the Warhounds elites and the True Spirit Realm chiefs led by the Fang King were participating. So what if Central Continent had 200,000 soldiers? They were all cavalry from the north, unable to form a strong enough defensive force. Ever since Central State was established, it was located in the center of southern Shia, with no danger in all directions. This could not be compared to Imperial City that had been under the threat of the war hounds for several hundred years. There was no other choice. He could only fight with all his might. The Fang King decided to take a risk this time. He personally rode on a vulture beast king and rose into the sky. The order was quickly passed down. 30,000 vultures entered battle mode. Each vulture beast carried 2 or 3 elite warriors as they continued to rise from this lonely peak. Attack! 30,000 majestic vultures were like a large black cloud as they swept towards Central Continent City. At this moment, Central State City had already finished its defensive preparations. All the citizens of the city had been evacuated to their homes and the southern Shia army was spread out on the streets, ready to attack at any time. Clang clang! An ear-piercing alarm bell rang. Dongfang Qian took the king's sword and personally went to the command platform to supervise the battle. The enemy is attacking from the north. Their numbers are estimated to be around 30,000. Archery unit, prepare to meet them. True enough. The Eagle Burial Kingdom sent more reinforcements. This number was double what Dongfang Qian had imagined, but it wasn't to the point of being impossible to deal with. Under Dongfang Qian's command, 10,000 archers shot out. The arrows were like locusts as they flew out of Central State City. Each arrow was infused with powerful spirit energy, flying over 1,000 meters and reaching a killing range of around 500 meters. The Fang King was also an experienced commander, so he had expected Central State to resist. When he heard the sounds of bowstrings being released, the Fang King raised his hand and the entire army changed directions. They passed through the dense rain of arrows and charged at Central State City once again. The first wave of arrows was the strongest whether it was in terms of uniformity or strength, but the second wave was clearly weaker. The Vulture Knights charged down at full speed, charging through the rain of arrows. Passing through the roofs of Central State City, large amounts of war hounds elites jumped off the vultures with scimitars, falling into Central State City like rain. The 30,000 Vulture Knights were a very strong battle strength. Without Southern Shia's aerial forces, it was enough to easily defeat 100,000 storm cavalry, not to mention there were 40,000 airborne soldiers. These soldiers that jumped down from the vultures were all very strong existences. They were experts picked out of 10 in the Warhound's army. Kill all humans. Kill, kill. Central State did not have any aerial forces, so the Vulture Knights could run amok. Just the archers could not stop them. The speed and power of the arrows could not pose a threat to the vultures. When the Warhound's elites moved through the streets like spiders, charging at the southern summer soldiers like hungry wolves. Dongfang Gan saw that the enemies were deep in and immediately gave the order, open fire. The southern Shia army had been waiting for this order for a long time. Meng Yingying held the source energy submachine gun in her hands as she fired at a group of Warhound soldiers coming out from the corner of the street. The dense rain of light bullets instantly killed several people. Go die, you damn Warhound's bastard. Nangong Yun took out a large fellow that was several times longer than a normal source energy submachine gun. The barrel had 3 openings and there were 8 large magazines connected to the body of the gun. Each large source energy magazine could shoot at least 30-40 bullets, which meant that this special gun had a high capacity of around 300 bullets. Hong, hong, hong. The special gun released a wild beast-like roar. The 3 barrels poured out large amounts of source energy bullets like a storm. When Nangong Yun swept across the sky, several Vulture Knights were instantly torn to pieces by the terrifying strength. Ha ha ha, this is so King satisfying. Boss, this weapon is practically made for me. Nangong Yun turned her body and the 3 barrels spat out flames. I'll let you taste Miracle Commerce's might. This was a heavy firearm specially made by Chu Tian. The materials used were leftover materials from the source energy cannons, so the gun had a high resistance. Even if it was fired at a high speed, the barrel would not easily explode. This heavy firearm's firepower was 3-4 times stronger than the submachine gun and was named the Storm Rifle. There was only one in the entire Miracle Commerce and it was used by Nangong Yun to have fun with it. Open fire. Sweep away the war hound's vermin. Meng Yingying and Nangong Yun had only opened the curtains. The southern Xia army had been hiding their strength to numb their opponents. When the war hounds began their attack, southern Xia did not need to hold anything back. Countless source energy guns began to fire at the same time. These source energy guns did not have as long range as the crossbows, but they had a terrifying destructive might in the short to medium range. Whether it was power or firing speed, they could not be compared to before. In the Imperial City battle, 2,000 submachine guns caused 20,000 vulture cavalry to flee like rats, suffering heavy casualties. Now the Central State City Army had over 10,000 source energy submachine guns and several tens of thousands of source energy pistols. Although they did not have any air-to-air power, the scale and quantity could not be compared to the past. Dongfanggan's formation was airtight and the warhound's vulture cavalry were thrown into a pit of fire, instantly suffering an unbelievable number of casualties. The several warhounds' chiefs were stunned seeing this. What was going on? Since when did these humans have so many strange weapons in their hands? The Fang King's eyes began to heat up. As expected, this kind of weapon could be quickly produced and the material cost was very low, allowing them to produce this much in a short period of time. If the warhounds delayed their attack by 3-5 months, perhaps the Eagle Burial Kingdom would personally send out their troops. They would need to pay a large price to capture southern Xia. This was great. If they could obtain this technology for the Eagle Burial Kingdom to use, it would be worth 10 Warhounds kingdoms. Go, full force attack. The 4 true Spirit Realm Warhounds chiefs made a move. The 4 true Spirit Realm experts each had the strength of 1,000 cavalry and the 4 of them attacking together did not lose to 10,000 cavalry. They instantly tore apart southern Xia's defenses and caused quite a bit of casualties to southern Xia. Humph, the spirit beasts are acting fierce. Watch me deal with them. Vivian wanted to make a move. Wait a minute. Meng Yingying suddenly called out to her, now is not the time, your target is the other side's Fang King. Vivian said through gritted teeth, these fellows are too despicable, it's simply intolerable. Don't be anxious, we'll give them a taste of our strength. Nangong Yun put away the exaggerated storm rifles and took out the source energy cannons. Meng Yingying loaded the source energy cannons and the 2 of them aimed the cannons at the true spirit cultivators flying in the sky. Open fire. Hong. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, that white light was even more dazzling than the sun as it instantly tore through the sky. It flew through the sky and hit a warhound's chief, instantly vaporizing most of his body. That white shockwave did not decrease as it flew through the sky, destroying several vulture knights in a straight line. This was the might of the source energy cannons. Dongfanggan was completely shocked. Chu Tian had described the source energy cannons before, saying that this thing was several hundred times stronger than normal source energy pistols. Dongfanggan already knew that the source energy cannons were not weak, but he never thought it would be this strong. This was simply too shocking. It wasn't just Dongfanggan who was shocked. When everyone felt the bone-chilling destructive might of the source energy cannons, they couldn't help feeling their souls tremble. This thing was just too strong and too terrifying. The Fang King's face turned green. Did he still underestimate the southern Xia humans? But since the humans had this kind of weapon, why didn't they use it in Imperial City? How many of these weapons did southern Xia have? If there were enough of them, it would be enough to equip the fleet. The Warhound's army on the 4 states lake would be in danger. The cost of the source energy cannons was very high. Miracle Commerce had used the National Treasury's resources, but they could barely make 4 of them. Of course they couldn't equip the entire army, but when 2 armies faced each other, just 1 or 2 of these weapons was enough to deter an army of 10,000. Continue firing. Nangong Yun and Meng Yingying continued firing. The terrifying explosions of the source energy cannons echoed through the sky. Because the enemy true spirit experts were already on guard, it wasn't easy to kill them anymore. However, it was enough to kill large amounts of the vulture knights and deal a destructive blow to their morale. The Fang King roared, "Don't panic, there are only 2 of these weapons. Whoever kills them for me, these 2 weapons will belong to them." The Warhound's warriors were filled with excitement. Who didn't want this kind of weapon that could instantly kill true spirit experts? There would be brave men with great rewards. The three Warhounds chiefs personally moved out, leading the Vulture Knights to attack Meng Yingying's group. Chapter 354. The Warhounds chiefs were attacking Miracle Commerce, so Dongfang Gan could not just sit back and do nothing. His source spirit turned into a large bow covered in blood runes, and wild spirit energy was poured into the bowstring, turning it into 3 arrows. They saw him gather energy and suddenly shoot them into the sky. The 3 arrows flew into the sky and turned into 3 giant spears. Like meteors falling from the sky, they flew at the 3 chiefs with an incomparably strong might. This power. It was without a doubt Dongfang Gan. Dongfang Gan was an old opponent of the Warhounds' plains, so none of the Warhounds chiefs dared to look down on him. When the 3 of them saw Dongfang Gan's sudden attack, they immediately joined hands to create a giant energy barrier. 3 giant spear-like arrows slammed into the barrier, creating the sound of glass shattering. The Fang King locked onto Dongfang Gan's position and gave a cold snort. He pulled out the golden drum and stomped his feet, flying into the sky. Just like a giant bird spreading its wings, it was like a mountain pressing down. "My king, be careful." The 2 personal guards did not have time to release their source spirits. The purple-gold thunder god's drum released 2 bolts of lightning that struck their bodies. Like 2 pieces of paper being torn apart, the 2 personal guards were turned to ashes. The Fang King did not stop at all. That golden drum already contained a terrifying thunder energy, and it released an even more resplendent glow. When it flew at Dongfang Gan, tens of thousands of bolts of lightning shot out in all directions, just like a giant spider web. Although Dongfang Gan had never fought with the Fang King before, from the pressure he felt, this person's cultivation was not below his own and even surpassed him by quite a bit. That long bow turned into a set of armor, and Dongfang Gan took out a treasure sword filled with a majestic aura. It was the Southern Summer King's sword. This sword was not just the symbol of the Southern Summer King, it was also a powerful divine weapon. Dongfang Gan released his full strength to block the Fang King's shocking attack. Dang! When the golden drum hit the king's sword, the ground under the 2 sovereign kings' feet caved in by half a foot, and a shallow pit appeared in a radius of 30 meters. The surrounding buildings were shattered, and the large and small stones, along with the people, were moved dozens of meters away by the irresistible force. There seemed to be a strong energy field surrounding the 2 of them. This force field was unimaginably strong. Large amounts of surging spirit energy collided and even created flames and thunder. Almost everything that was enveloped in this force field was crushed by the tyrannical spirit energy storm. The Fang King's attack was incomparably wild and Dongfang Gan's momentum was much weaker, but Dongfang Gan's armament source spirit had already turned into a defensive state, so it was enough to absorb most of the damage. This attack seemed to be evenly matched. However, both sides did not move their weapons away. Instead, they continued to wrestle. Ha ha ha. The Southern Summer East Country is only SOSO. The Fang King used some kind of secret technique, causing all the tendons in his body to bulge out, and the power he erupted with became stronger and stronger. Dongfang Gan's feet continued to sink deeper and deeper, increasing the size of the crater. Thunder God! Give me strength! A bolt of heavenly lightning fell from the sky and landed on the golden drum, increasing the might of this weapon by over half. Dongfang Gan found it hard to resist this sudden increase in strength. Large amounts of lightning continued to fall on Dongfang Gan's body, and the armor formed from the armament source spirit was like it was being wildly pounded by a boxer, as large amounts of holes appeared on it. Of course, Dongfang Gan was unwilling to lose, so he also began to resist. The runes on the surface of the king's sword were all undone, and a wave of energy sealed within the king's sword burst out, instantly creating a shocking amount of extremely sharp sword chi. The Fang King did not have any defenses, and a large amount of bloody mist instantly erupted from his body. There were dozens of wounds on his body. What difference is there between these wounds and being cut by a small knife? The Fang King's right hand held the golden drum and his left hand condensed a fierce energy, slamming it at Dongfang Gan's chest. Dongfang Gan also raised his fist at the same time and also sent it at the Fang King. The moment the 2 fists collided. This time, the entire force field was broken. When the terrifying energy leaked out, the surrounding ruins were flattened in a single breath. Dongfangan's source spirit armor shattered and he was sent flying several hundred meters like a cannonball. Like a meteor, he created a large hole in the ground and his organs were all injured. The Fang King's strength was very deep, even Dongfangan was weaker than him by quite a bit. Against a person like the Fang King, it was hard for Southern Shia's experts to defeat him alone. They could only use a suicide squad to consume his spirit energy and kill him when his strength was weak. Kill the Southern Summer King! Kill the Southern Summer King! The Warhound's army was filled with excitement when they saw the Fang King's bravery. Southern Shia's firepower was too strong, so it would be very hard to take down Southern Shia. However, if the Fang King could kill the Southern Summer King, Dongfangan, Central State would fall into chaos and they would have a chance at that time. Even if they failed to take down the city, there would still be chaos and it would be much easier for the army to attack. Of course the Fang King would not miss this good chance. The golden drum released a dazzling bolt of lightning that stabbed at the retreating Dongfangan. However, the space in front of him twisted at this time and a petite figure came out. Who is it? This person's appearance was too sudden, and the Fang King did not have time to defend. A beautiful white jade-like hand grabbed the Fang King's golden drum that was flickering with thunder and lightning. That surging spirit energy was released, instantly causing the Fang King to feel his body tremble as he retreated several meters. That figure flashed and appeared behind him again. A sparkling and translucent dagger slashed through the air, cutting a hole in the air like a piece of cloth. This is bad. The Fang King stepped into it and was instantly surrounded by the spatial energy. He did not have time to escape, and when he came back to his senses, he was already over 100 miles away, standing in the air above a forest. Damn! What was going on here? Southern Shia still had hidden experts. But even if Southern Shia had hidden experts, it didn't make sense for them to be this strong. The Fang King had never seen a person that could force him back with pure spirit energy. Even in the Eagle Burial Kingdom, there weren't many experts that could do this. Not to mention that this person's spirit energy attribute was very special, it was actually the rarely seen spatial attribute. The Fang King was caught off guard, so he was taken away from Central State. Who are you? When the Fang King saw the unknown expert appear, he couldn't help but be stunned. She was a short girl around 1.4 meters tall, barefooted, and had a pair of crystal-clear ankles that were as spotless as jade. She wore a crown of flowers on her head, and her face was young and tender. This was clearly a young elf. Why are the elves getting involved in this mess? The Fang King could not understand this no matter how much he thought about it. The southern summer country did not have any background, there was no doubt about this, otherwise the Eagle Burial Kingdom would know about it. The elves would not help a human country for no reason. This was not the style of the elves since ancient times. Vivian already couldn't hold it in. Before Chu Tian left, he had told her that she couldn't reveal her strength and identity in front of too many people, otherwise the entire southern Shia would know that there was a young elf helping them beat back the spirit beasts. The elven forest would immediately know about this and it would be bad for miracle commerce. The best method was to take advantage of the Fang King and the Southern Summer King's fight and suddenly make a move. Before anyone could react or even see what was happening, Vivian would send the Fang King out of the battlefield. This way, the Warhounds would lose their leader and Vivian would be able to fight as she please. Do elves need a reason to fight spirit beasts? Vivian had fought quite a few spirit beast experts in the forest. This Warhound's kingdom's Fang King was a bit troublesome, but he was not Vivian's match with his strength. Seeking death. The Fang King instantly stabbed out with the drum. Spatial crack. Vivian was prepared to use the method she used on Dongfangan to deal with the Fang King. First she would tear open a spatial crack to block the Fang King's attack and then she would create another spatial crack on the Fang King's body. As long as the Fang King's weapon touched the spatial crack, the one who would be pierced by the spatial crack would be himself. The Fang King could feel the spatial energy fluctuations and his weapon stopped in front of the spatial crack. However, the golden drum released lightning that went around the spatial crack to shoot at Vivian. This spirit beast really did have some skills. Vivian had fought quite a few strong characters in the Forest of Chaos, but there were very few opponents that could see through Vivian's spatial manipulation. For the Fang King to be able to do this, it really wasn't simple. Vivian's source spirit was the spatial dagger, and her main ability was to create spatial cracks in space. All of her attacks, defenses, and movements were based on this foundation. Vivian could not only teleport through space, she could also cut through space and do things normal people couldn't do. Therefore, no secret realm or cage could trap her. Other than that, Vivian also had an extraordinary attack because she could cut through space, so she could cut through anything on a spatial level. Cut. Vivian's right arm swung out. Space was torn apart by an invisible power, and it was like a large mouth swallowing the lightning. The Fang King's expression slightly changed. With your strength, why are you working for the southern summer insects? Could it be that you're interested in miracle commerce and Chu Tian's knowledge? If it's like this, we can share it and mind our own business. The Fang King was a bit scared. This little elf's cultivation was a bit higher than his, and she had the innate spatial energy that was 1 in 100 million on the continent. Even if the Fang King was strong and experienced, it would be hard for him to kill the other side. Vivian curled her lips in disdain. I don't want to work with spirit beasts. If you don't die today, then I will live, so what's the point of saying so much? The Fang King was also enraged. This elf simply didn't know what was good for her. The Fang King raised the golden drum and summoned thousands of bolts of lightning. It was like a dense rain that wildly poured out in all directions. This elf's innate talent was not normal, but she had to cut through space to control it. The Fang King filled the surrounding space with lightning, and it was hard to tell where the Fang King was with the naked eye. Vivian wanted to cut through space to teleport over, but when the spatial crack opened beside the Fang King, large amounts of lightning wildly poured into it, making it impossible for Vivian to teleport. Was he filling his body with energy to stop Vivian's movements? No, this was just the beginning. Thunder God's body. The lightning in the surroundings suddenly gathered together and attached to the Fang King's divine sense, turning him into a giant more than 6 meters tall. This giant had a beast face and a human body, with a pair of giant wings. His body was made of lightning energy, and the Fang King's aura instantly increased by several times. This was a thorny problem. Everyone knew that the spatial attribute was one of the strongest attributes, but they didn't know that the stronger the power, the more restrictions there were. When Vivian controlled space, she was mainly affected by 2 factors. The first was the distance. The further the space, the lower the accuracy. For example, if Vivian wanted to use space to cut through a person 10 meters away, she could easily do it. But it would be a bit difficult to make it 100 meters away, and it would be very difficult to make it 1,000 meters away. This was because controlling space depended on one's divine sense. The further the distance, the weaker the divine sense, the more inaccurate the location. The second was the stability of space. The stability of space also affected the accuracy. This space was stable most of the time, but when the space was filled with powerful energy, the space would become unstable due to the energy fluctuations. If Vivian's strength was not enough to overcome the interference of the energy, it would be very hard for her attacks to hit the other side. The Fang King continued to release high-intensity energy into the surrounding space to affect the stability of space and obstruct Vivian's control of space. He also used the energy waves to interfere with divine sense, making it hard for Vivian to locate him. Damn, she never thought that this fellow would know so much. Could it be that he had dealt with a spatial source spirit before? Vivian put away her contempt. This time she was facing an experienced soldier. If she wasn't careful, it would be hard to say who would win. Although Vivian could easily escape with her innate spatial energy, she had failed the first important task Chu Tian had given her. How could she have the face to go back? Chapter 355. Then she could only try the cultivation technique Chu Tian taught her. Vivian had innate spatial energy, but because she hadn't found a suitable cultivation technique, she could only rely on her source spirit's ability to cut through space to fight, so her fighting style was quite simple. As for spatial rending teleportation and spatial cutting, these 2 abilities were built on the foundation of cutting through space. Now that the Fang King had sealed off the surrounding space with lightning, Vivian couldn't teleport over. She had also used her energy to create spatial fluctuations, and Vivian's spatial cutting couldn't hit the Fang King, so there was nothing she could do. After all, Vivian's defenses were weak and she couldn't block this kind of powerful energy. If the Fang King wanted to run now, Vivian couldn't do anything. But it seemed like the Fang King didn't plan on running, as he raised a giant lightning spike to attack Vivian. The Fang King was clear that this elf's innate spatial energy could tear through space to teleport, so even if he ran, he would be caught. Not to mention, as the commander of the army, how could the Fang King abandon the army and run? This elf's defenses were very weak, and other than spatial techniques, she had no other abilities. As long as he could get close, he should be able to kill her in a single strike, even if the other side's cultivation was higher than his. How could Vivian not know what the other side was thinking? Humph, this dirty spirit beast wants to kill me. Vivian had only cultivated the void escaping cultivation technique for a few days, but she had already grasped a few tricks. This was not related to Vivian's innate talent. After all, she was a true spirit realm expert and she hadn't cultivated a spatial cultivation technique in many years. Now that she had a cultivation technique that matched her source spirit, naturally it complemented her source spirit. When the Fang King got close to Vivian, he spread out lightning, covering Vivian's surroundings. The lightning released intense energy in a short period of time, quickly interfering with the surrounding space and restricting Vivian's teleportation ability. Die. A lightning bolt condensed into a sharp thorn and suddenly stabbed into Vivian's body. At this time, Vivian's body trembled, and then the lightning bolt directly pierced through Vivian's chest, the dazzling energy penetrating through her back. Did she die? The Fang King revealed a look of joy. With this kind of powerful energy attack, it would be hard for her not to die. But at this time, the Fang King was surprised to find that Vivian's body wasn't injured at all by the lightning. The attack seemed to have hit air and not Vivian's body. Vivian was getting closer and closer to the Fang King. Not good. The Fang King felt a strong sense of danger. Vivian revealed a sly smile. This distance should be enough. She raised her white, jade-like palm and condensed a spatial blade that slashed across the Fang King's body. Spatial laceration. Cutting objects from the spatial level. Regardless of how sturdy an object was, it could be split apart no matter how hard it was. Poochie. Blood splashed out. Everything happened in an instant. The Fang King had been cut in half at the waist. The Warhound's Kingdom's Fang King didn't even know what had happened, but he had been mysteriously killed like this. It was so useful. Was this the effect of void evasion? Escaping into the void, escaping into the void, it really lived up to its name. When Vivian used the void evasion technique, her entire body was covered in spatial energy. Even if her opponent could still see her, her body was actually separated by a layer of spatial energy, and she was no longer within the normal spatial structure. This state could make her immune to any attack. Whether it was ice, fire, wind, or lightning, they would be separated from Vivian's body by the spatial layer, so they couldn't touch Vivian and couldn't harm her at all. She could use the special ability of her spatial dagger to attack through space. The essence of the void evasion was a mysterious spatial movement technique. Once Vivian mastered this cultivation technique and combined with the attack power of her source spirit spatial dagger, others couldn't hit her, but she could hit others. Her strength would reach a terrifying level and those geniuses of the same level could only be instantly killed. The void evasion was not completely invincible. She wouldn't receive normal injuries, but attacks on her mind, soul, space, and time were still effective. Other than that, the void evasion state was like a dividing line. If one's strength wasn't strong enough, even if there were millions of attacks, Vivian wouldn't be injured at all and she wouldn't consume too much energy. But if one attack was strong enough and could break through the spatial barrier, it would be able to break Vivian's cultivation technique. Vivian had just cultivated the void evasion and her cultivation technique wasn't strong enough. Even if she received an attack of similar strength, her cultivation technique would still be broken. But it was a pity that the Fang King's cultivation was weaker than Vivian's, so he couldn't break this spatial cultivation technique. As Vivian's strength increased in the future, if her cultivation technique reached the large success realm, she would be strong to the point where normal attacks would not be able to threaten her in the same realm. Whether the other side was 3 or 5 layers higher than her, as long as they were in the same realm, normal attacks would be ineffective. This was the terrifying aspect of a spatial cultivation technique. Done. Vivian sent the Fang King's corpse back to Central State. The Fang King suddenly disappeared from the battlefield and reappeared after around half a minute. In the end, he had turned into a corpse that had been cut in half. The Warhound's army's morale had completely collapsed. The Warhound's planes could only form the Warhound's kingdom with the Fang King. Once the Warhound's kingdom lost the supreme leader of the Fang King, they would return to being a group of headless Warhound's clans. Now the Fang King was dead. Wouldn't the Warhound's planes return to the past? Retreat, retreat. The Warhound's chief felt that there was no need to fight. Instead of wasting troops in Central State City, it was better to expand their territory on the plains. The Fang King had been killed, the Warhound's kingdom had collapsed, and the tribal alliance had been broken. Was it that easy? Spatial rope. When the Warhound's chief stepped out, the surrounding space twisted like an invisible rope trying to trap him. This was also a secret technique of the void evasion. This is bad. The Warhound's chief tried to break free, but it was already too late. Vivian instantly appeared by the Warhound's chief's side and instantly used a spatial cut to cut his body in half. She didn't even stop for half a second as she disappeared to the side once again. Too fast. The other two Warhound's chiefs already realized that there was a Southern Shia expert that could control space. How could the two of them be careless? The two of them released their spirit energy, interfering with the spatial fluctuations around them. Moreover, they quickly moved in different directions to avoid being caught by the spatial bindings, blocking a spatial expert's sneak attack. Vivian's teeth itched in hatred. These fellows were truly sly. If it wasn't for Vivian not being seen by everyone, she would have already chased after the two of them. But there was no other way. They were already prepared and it was hard for Vivian to make a single move, so she could only let the two of them leave. The Central State battle was a great victory. The enemy army had been completely wiped out. From the famous Fang King to the two Warhound's chiefs, they had all died here. The Southern Summer Country had defended the 6 southern counties and had even killed the Fang King. With this kind of glorious result, the Southern Summer citizens were filled with pride and satisfaction. At this time, an incomparably exciting piece of news came from the Four States Lake. The Warhound's army of around 600,000 had been completely wiped out. Completely wiped out. It was actually completely wiped out. When the Southern Shia people heard this news, they almost suspected that there was a problem with their ears. Chu Tian had brought 200,000 people out and had actually wiped out 600,000 enemies. This was simply a miraculous result. Moreover, after this Four States Lake battle, over half of the Warhound's plains main force had been wiped out, so they did not have the ability to invade the south anymore. The Southern Summer Country had lost several 100,000 elite soldiers. The Warhounds had also lost several 100,000 elite. The Warhounds had taken 1 region and 2 states, but the Southern Summer Country had killed the Warhound's king. This seemed like 2 defeats and 2 defeats, but the Warhounds were not a threat at all. Southern Shia could recover their lost territory at any time. But he was afraid of the Eagle Burial Kingdom behind the Warhounds, so before the time was ripe, Dongfanggan did not dare take back the imperial region. He wanted to avoid provoking the Eagle Burial Kingdom and causing them to crazily retaliate at all costs. The biggest hidden danger now was the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Southern Shia had destroyed the Warhound's main force in one fell swoop and killed the Eagle Burial Kingdom's king, causing the Warhounds that had the potential to become a large kingdom to quickly decline. This was an anger the Eagle Burial Kingdom could not swallow. As an incomparably strong warring kingdom, their military was very strong. If they wanted to destroy the Southern Summer Country, the Southern Summer Country would have to face an invasion 10 times stronger than the Warhound. How could they resist this? The Eagle Burial Kingdom was an ambitious warring kingdom that was expanding their territory on all sides, so they would not muster a large force for a small Southern Shia. Not to mention the fact that the Southern Summer Country defeated the Warhound's kingdom in a very strange way. If Dongfanggan misled them and made them suspect that there was a power from the Forest of Chaos supporting the Southern Summer Country, the Eagle Burial Kingdom would have to be cautious. Without investigating everything clearly, they wouldn't dare provoke an unknown enemy. Southern Shia still had time to prepare, but it was hard to estimate how long it would take. In short, Southern Shia's crisis was far from over. For this matter, Dongfanggan had gathered everyone to discuss how to strengthen Southern Summer's defenses in a short amount of time, preparing to defend against the Eagle Burial Kingdom's invasion. The great scholar Jiyu Chenchio said, "The current Southern Shia is small, poor in resources, and thin in spiritual energy. If we defend this place, even if we have Miracle Commerce's weapons, it will be hard to defend against the Eagle Burial Kingdom. Moreover, paper can't wrap fire. Southern Shia using source energy weapons on such a large scale, I estimate that it will be spread to other countries in a month or two. At that time, not only the Eagle Burial Kingdom, but the other kingdoms will also be interested." This was one of the things the Southern Summer King was most worried about. The source energy weapons were Southern Shia's confidence in resisting the Eagle Burial Kingdom, but it could also bring a terrifying disaster to Southern Shia. After all, the source energy weapons were just too attractive. No matter which country, as long as they had this weapon, they could increase their country's strength by 10 times. Not to mention the kingdoms, even the empires would be interested. At that time, Southern Summer would not only be facing the Eagle Burial Kingdom, they would also be facing the threat of other strong countries on the continent. With Southern Summer's current weak national strength, how could they protect Miracle Commerce? Trees will die when they move, people will live when they are poor. If we want to resist the threat of other powers, we can't just remain stagnant. Jiyu Chenchio expressed his opinion, "I think we should expand outward." The great scholar's words are reasonable. Dongfanggan gave a slight nod, "We can't advance to the north and there are no rich lands to the east or west, only the south can be taken a risk. Only according to this king's knowledge, the southern forests are very rich, but there are many unimaginable powers. The best of them are not inferior to warring kingdoms. Southern Shia is too weak, so if we recklessly enter, we will be swallowed without even bones remaining. What does everyone think we should do?" A single Eagle Burial Kingdom could force Southern Shia into its current state. The top powers in the Forest of Chaos were not inferior to warring kingdoms. The entire Forest of Chaos had the potential and resources to form a large empire. With such a rich and fertile land, even if Southern Shia could absorb a bit of resources, it would be enough to increase Southern Shia's national strength. This was indeed a good way to quickly increase Southern Shia's strength. Only, could Southern Shia really gain a foothold in this kind of place? Southern Shia might not be able to, but Miracle Commerce can. Meng Qingwu stood up and said, "With Miracle Commerce, it will be much easier to enter the Forest of Chaos." This was true. Southern Summer was still a country no matter how weak they were. If they used their country's identity to enter, they would be labeled as invaders by the locals and they would be suppressed hard to resist at that time. Miracle Commerce was different. The Forest of Chaos was very chaotic, but because of the chaos, there were many business opportunities. There were many merchants on the continent that were willing to take the risk and the locals did not reject foreign merchants that much. Miracle Commerce's products were very competitive in the Forest of Chaos. Chapter 356. Miracle Commerce had grown by leaps and bounds in just half a year, but it was limited by Southern Shia's environment, so it could not continue growing. Therefore, it needed to find a new environment to break through. Southern Shia's current situation was not good. It was very weak internally and was filled with dangers externally. There was a strong desire to develop new resources and find new hope, but it was not convenient to use the country's power. In this kind of situation, Southern Shia and Miracle Commerce could work together. As long as Southern Shia secretly supported the company in establishing themselves in the Forest of Chaos, the company could bring rich resources to Southern Shia in the future, allowing Southern Shia to establish a resource field in the Forest of Chaos and even have a place of their own. Even if they failed, at most Miracle Commerce would suffer a heavy blow and Southern Shia would be able to withdraw and not be caught up in it. What reason was there not to give it a try? The Southern Summer King issued 2 royal proclamations. The first was to urge the Cloud Dream Marquis Meng Qingwu to take up the position in Southern State as soon as possible. The Western Marquis of Southern State had already died in the Imperial City battle. After Meng Qingwu was bestowed the title of Cloud Dream Marquis, she became the trusted Marquis of Southern State, so it was natural for Meng Qingwu to manage Southern State. The second was that because the north was occupied by the spirit beasts, they could not take it back in a short amount of time. Southern Shia had not yet developed the south, but it still had the advantage of rich resources, so it would become the most important growth point for Southern Shia. Therefore, they used the power of the country to increase the development of the south. In order to ensure efficiency, the country guarding ruler personally led 200,000 elite soldiers to oversee it. Southern State was the southernmost region of Southern Shia and the closest place to the outer regions of the Forest of Chaos. Letting Meng Qingwu take up the position of Marquis in Southern State was actually making it more convenient for Miracle Commerce. After a few days, the members of Miracle Commerce set off together. This could be considered an unprecedented large relocation for Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian did not just take the core team from Central State, he also sent the resources and money stored by Miracle Commerce to the south. Other than that, Miracle Commerce also brought the army that Dongfang Gan had given them. An army of 200,000. All of them were storm cavalry. Dongfang Gan handed over the remaining elites of Southern Shia to Chu Tian to manage. The number one ruler of Southern Shia, the famous Chu Tian who destroyed 600,000 war hounds, personally led the Southern Shia elites to Southern State. As for Meng Qingwu, she was the chairman of Miracle Commerce and the Marquis of Southern State given to her by the Southern Summer King. She could lead the entire Southern State army and now no one could compare to their prestige in Southern Shia. Southern State City was not as rich as Central State City, but the people were swift and fierce and the people were all martial artists. It was common to see figures of other races. The South Continent Vice City Lord personally led the South Continent Army to welcome them. Greetings, Country Protector Emperor. Greetings, Cloud Dream Marquis. When the soldiers kneeled on the ground, they all had a strange feeling in their hearts. Most of the people here had participated in the battle against Central State. They had fought several months ago, but who would have thought that in this short period of time, Chu Tian would become the Country Protector Emperor and Meng Qingwu would become the Marquis of Southern State. The entire Southern State had become the world of the two of them. Fate was always changing. It really made people sigh. After Miracle Commerce entered Southern State, the resources of the country continued to pour in, helping Miracle Commerce develop Southern State. Chu Tian used this chance to gather a large amount of precious materials to refine pills, wildly increasing Miracle Commerce's strength. Very quickly, Meng Yingying, Meng Qingwu, and the other illustrious Soul Realm cultivators all took several top-quality sacred pills and smoothly reached the true Soul Realm, reaching the 7th awakened soul layer. Of course Chu Tian would not mistreat himself. In just a short week, he had used several top-quality level 2 sacred pills and easily jumped a layer, reaching the 8th awakened soul layer. Actually, with Miracle Commerce's current resources, Chu Tian had the ability to increase everyone's strength even more. However, relying on pills to increase their strength in a short period of time would only increase their dependence on pills, which would be detrimental to their future growth. Therefore, Chu Tian decided to slow down. He used the remaining resources on Chen Bingyu and Dongfang Haoren, the two-peak 9th awakened soul layer cultivators, building a foundation for them to break into the true spirit realm. The previous Southern Summer King's son, Dongfang Haoren, had already joined Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian had appointed him as the head of the Chu sect, managing Chu Tian's Chu sect. Dongfang Haoren's talent was not inferior to Chu Xinghe's. If he was properly trained, he would become an expert in the future. While large amounts of resources were being used to train high-level members, Miracle Commerce did not forget to develop low-level members. The resources consumed in this period of time was over 10 billion gold coins. This was not a small amount even for the three great clans of the past. There was no power in Southern Shia that could consume this much resources in just a few days. Miracle Commerce consumed resources too quickly and large amounts of gold coins flowed into the people. Adding in the chaos from before, the prices in Southern Shia were soaring and the price of a sacred herb was more than double what it was before. Chu Tian did not care about this at all. Gold coins were a low-level currency, it was useless once they left Southern Shia. Didn't Chu Tian create Miracle Commerce to collect resources to cultivate and grow? He would spend money when he needed to. As for the damage Miracle Commerce would cause to Southern Shia's economy, this was not something he considered at all. The most important task now was to build a space warehouse. Because Southern State was very backward, The various infrastructures were very backward. Miracle Commerce needed to transport large amounts of resources, so shipping and air were too slow. If there was a space warehouse now, it would be much more convenient to transport resources. Especially after they entered the Forest of Chaos. Miracle Commerce's airships couldn't just randomly enter the Forest of Chaos. If they couldn't solve the problem of transporting resources, how could Miracle Commerce develop the Forest of Chaos? Chu Tian personally guided Vivian, Meng Qingwu, and Meng Yingying as they began the construction of the space warehouse. This was because the lowest level of spatial technology was level 3 source energy technology. True spirit realm experts with spatial abilities couldn't operate it. Currently, only Vivian could directly use it. Meng Qingwu and Meng Yingying had strong learning abilities, mainly learning the complex spatial knowledge. Of course, Meng Yingying's learning ability was weaker than Meng Qingwu's, but Meng Yingying's mirror source spirit could imitate other source spirits. There would be a day when Meng Yingying would become an important spatial technology researcher. Cheers erupted in the research room on this day. This is great, we've successfully marked the space. Vivian danced with joy. After using an entire 10 days, Vivian had finally placed a spatial spiritual imprint on a subspace. After this imprint was placed, they could choose to summon this subspace in the future. This would prevent the subspace from being randomly summoned each time. Vivian and Meng Yingying high-fived each other in celebration. Meng Qingwu was also filled with excitement. This progress was much faster than she had imagined. Actually, as long as they could do this, the space warehouse could be used. The subspace marking was successful and it was time to transform the space. Miracle Commerce used the level 3 source energy array to capture a subspace, but it was only around 1,000 cubic meters. Even if they were lucky, they could find a subspace that was around 2,000–3,000 cubic meters. Although it was large enough for normal storage equipment, for a warehouse, it was not enough. Not to mention, subspaces were often irregular. The subspace marked by the Yun sect was shaped like an irregular flat cake. It was very long and wide, but the highest part was less than 3 feet and the lowest part was less than 10 centimeters. How could this kind of space be used for storage? It would be very inconvenient to transport goods. This kind of naturally formed subspace was like this, so it was very important to reconstruct the space. Vivian was a spatial engineer for Miracle Commerce. Locating and marking the subspace was a small matter. What really took effort was the process of transforming the subspace. Chu Tian said to Vivian, "The space warehouse's shape must be regular, so your next task is to transform it. I hope to see a cube with a length, width, and height of 10 meters. Ah." Meng Yingying and Vivian had a bitter expression on their faces. Transforming a flat-shaped subspace into a cube was not an easy matter. Not only did Vivian need to do this, Meng Yingying and Meng Qingwu also needed to use the spatial knowledge and formulas they had just learned to do large amounts of calculations. This was definitely a large task. Does it have to be a cube? It has to be a cube. Chu Tian was not purposely making it hard for them. This spatial technology was a very complex technology. If they couldn't even make a level 3 space warehouse, how could they hope to develop a higher-grade spatial product in the future? Cubes, or spheres were all fine, but Chu Tian's requirements were a bit stricter. This was also to hone their spatial technology. Vivian was filled with fighting spirit. "No problem, I'll definitely make it into a cube." Chu Tian nodded his head in satisfaction. "Then let's first do a spatial transportation experiment." Everyone revealed a look of joy. Whether the space warehouse was good or not, it would all depend on the performance of this experiment. If the space warehouse was really that fast, then it would set off an unimaginable revolution on the continent. Chu Tian said to Meng Qingwu, "Inform the Central State Yun sect to send 1,000 submachine guns over." "All right." Meng Qingwu immediately took out a portable communication device and immediately called the Central State Yun sect's number. "Hello, is this old Zhong? Please bring 1,000 submachine guns to the spatial laboratory. We will be doing a spatial transportation experiment." Right, don't ask too much first." Meng Qingwu hung up the communication device. At this time, the Central State Yun sect immediately went to the Central State Warehouse and counted the 1,000 source energy submachine guns. Every 100 of them were placed in a box, and finally 10 boxes were sent to the spatial laboratory. Open the source energy array. Central State's laboratory followed the method and opened up the marked space. Everyone placed the weapons chest by chest into the space, and at the same time, the entire city recorded the experimental data. Put all 10 boxes of guns into the space warehouse. The source energy array is stable, but the energy consumption has doubled. Record: after the space warehouse is filled with items, the space warehouse's energy consumption has increased. It is not clear if it is caused by mass or volume. After the Central State Sect's researchers finished collecting the data, they immediately closed the source energy array and used the communication device to contact Meng Qingwu. The goods have already been sent. Chu Tian waved his hand. Let's take the goods. Yes. Meng Yingying was filled with excitement as she pressed the button to open the space warehouse. Several energy columns released a dazzling light. Meng Qingwu could clearly feel that the energy consumption to open the space warehouse was several times more than the previous times. The energy columns quickly weakened at a shocking rate. When goods were loaded, the space warehouse's energy consumption would increase. Energy was very cheap in this era, so it wouldn't increase the cost by too much. However, it would restrict the quantity and quality of goods that could be transported. This could be considered a kind of restriction, but it was still acceptable. Vivian and Meng Yingying hurriedly took out 10 boxes. Every box was in good condition, without the slightest bit of damage. When the boxes were opened, 100 submachine guns were neatly stacked on top of each other. The entire transportation process did not even have the slightest bit of turbulence. Perfect, perfect. Meng Yingying excitedly shouted, "Doesn't this mean that I can eat Central State's roasted chicken in Southern State at any time?" Vivian's little face turned red. "Not to mention Central State's roasted chicken, when our elves build the space warehouse, I'll have the elders brew the best quality elven green tea for you every day. Even if it's sent to your room from several tens of thousands of miles away, it will still be freshly brewed and steaming hot." Meng Qingwu couldn't help smiling. These two girls only knew how to eat and drink, but the space warehouse's spatial transportation function did indeed have great prospects and potential.